Hello, everyone, and welcome. Happy New Year's Eve. For those of you that are on the East Coast already, Happy New Year. I will be celebrating the new year with, because I'm in California right now, with some lovely sake. Let me switch over to Commissar's journal. With some lovely sake that is from Amori. And I'll be drinking it from my old squadron's sake cup. This is a traditional Japanese sake um, uh, wooden cup. So I'm going to be enjoying that. Hey, Silbury! So glad that you could join us. First one here. First one here, and I am glad. Glad. Today, we will be painting Cadian, or sorry, Kazakin, or not Kazakin, um, uh, Scion heads on the new Cadian bodies. And then we're going to be doing the flashes and the eyeballs, and hopefully I'll be able to hammer those out pretty quickly. And then we can move on to the rifles and the guns, and then we can start putting them on together. So, um, Tristan Anderson, hey, Happy New Year! Happy New Year! Is that your Discord on live stream? Oh, it probably is. Hold on. Let me go back on let me hold on settings. Let me actually go into stream mode enabled. That's probably um that's probably my Discord. My bad. Hold on. I just wanted to make sure. Yeah, well, yeah. Normally it mutes itself whenever I kick on OBS, but it probably server settings. It's not letting me do it. Hold on. User settings. Profile, social, privacy, clips. Hold on. Parents, accessibility, streamer mode. There we go. Enable streamer mode. There we go. I think I'll build some gunpla while you build that. Whoa, gunpla's really good. You should have if you're what, sweeties? It 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 doesn't work. Why is it supposed to work? Do you just want do you just want Breeze light animal then? No. Do you not want the galaxy projector then? It's okay if you don't. Alright, I'll be right back, guys. I'll be right back. Oh, Sorry about that, folks. My daughter has this galaxy projector that we bought her for Christmas, and it actually shares the same laser wavelength as another nightlight that my youngest daughter has. So I've got Morgan, who's my eldest, and Brianna, who's my youngest. And the projector that we got for Morgan, because she likes space and all that stuff, um, she um, uh, so so she has a control for that. And then my youngest has a like glow in the dark animal kitty. Um, and she, I guess the laser projector's remote works on both. So I'm assuming the remote's projector has either a similar like either IR band or laser band or radio band that affects both. So very interesting to say the least. Very interesting to say the least. But anyway, so sorry, I do apologize about that, but I had to fix it. So I was about to say, Sil, while you were okay, my cat was bored. Happy New Year, Happy New Year, Johnny. Happy New Year. So Sil, I was talking to you, or I was going to talk to you about um like yesterday, or actually on the Discord, someone built a Miku gunpla. I think it's in the art gallery. I want to say it's in the art gallery, or maybe it's in models in progress. Yeah, it's in models in progress. How is it? It's pretty good. It cleans a little. It cleans a little interestingly. Um, but I like it. I mean, again, I think design wise it's okay. I mean, you literally peel off the paint. I mean, that was part of the paints that I didn't use. So, um, what was I gonna say? So yeah, we're gonna be ringing in the new year by painting and building and all that stuff, and I'm going to be celebrating it with this, as I was talking earlier, this lovely sake I got from uh, right before we left Japan. Girl kits are incredibly sophisticated. Well, this one's a Miku gunpla kit. Peeling off the paint is so satisfying. It's a tactile experience. It really is. But anyway, I've got this lovely sake from Amori. I want to say I got it in the Hachinohe fish market. So this is a fish market sake. And then during the Christmas holiday, or two Christmases ago, or really a year ago, um, the Security Forces Squadron uh, did a traditional sake cup, And so I will be ringing in the new year with this traditional sake cup and some sake after we get some paint in. So there is that. Anyway, I need to get back to Japan someday. I loved Japan. I loved every minute of it. I loved Japan. Um, half of this year was spent in Japan. Um, Amori, Amori. That's why that's how they said it. Amori. Some people would say Omori, but it's no. Amori Prefecture. Amori Prefecture. So um, that's so you have Amori Prefecture, and then you have which was Misawa, which was Hokkaido, or not Hokkaido. Amori Prefecture was Misawa, Akita, um, uh, Hachinohe, Nihoe, uh, Ichinohe, um, Hirosaki, um, the trick of pronouncing Japanese is that all the vowels are static pronounced and pronounced the same. Yeah, so, um, but yeah, I lived there for 5 years. And that was, I think I spent half my, and in Akiba. Oh yeah, Akihabara. Well, so Akihabara was amazing, amazing in Tokyo. Um, but yeah, I loved Japan. I loved Japan. Living there for 5 years was amazing. And like I said, we PCSed at the end of June, so we had spent our uh, half our day or half our year in Japan. So it was bittersweet when we left, but we had good memories. But yeah. Anyway, let's get into painting real quick. And just to catch everybody up on kind of what we're doing. Hold on. 2 seconds. Yes, my daughter's projector has music. I did not know that. All right. Okay. Let's get to it. But yeah, as to remind everybody what the goal is for the guardsmen, let's get back to art gallery. Because I want to make sure that you guys actually see the progress and kind of what the channel is, or what we're going for. Hopefully you can see that. There's that. And there's that. Okay, so basically, and I know I just sent a whole bunch of gobbledygook, but basically the goal is to build these models and model them after 1960s security forces, Air Force security forces, or Air Force security police, I should say. They weren't security forces until 97. Um, Air Force security forces, Air Force security police, defenders, um, and then, uh, but they're from Terra, right? So they're, for the Imperial Guard, they're the Palatine Guard, of Terra, right? That's the tithe that Terra pays, um, because they don't produce anything and they consume everything else in the Imperium except for the bodies. And within Terra, the humanity is one. Humanity's population within Terra is in the quadrillions. Um, so the sons and daughters of Terran pilgrims, that are born on Terra, are either part of the noble houses, the actual like nobility of Terra, or they're part of the pilgrim population. Um, and so that's where I'm getting the idea from, is that these are guardsmen, that go outside of the Sol system, and they uh, fight in the Emperor that way. They fight for the Emperor that way. Okay. Oh yeah, you got a nice battle set up there, Sil. I like it. I like it a lot. There we go. Hey, Joker. How are you? Welcome, welcome. Hope everyone's having a good New Year's Eve. I plead the fifth. I did some shit. Do I think parallel universe is real? Hmm. Good question. Uh, I would like to answer that question when we're not talking about 40K, but um, you know, seeing as you bring it up in good faith, quantum physics is a funny thing. I don't know if there is science to prove or disprove otherwise that there are parallel timelines, um, parallel, you know, parallel universe is part of the universe. Universe equals everything. Yeah, I mean, there's been the idea of like paradoxes in time, um, similar to the idea of the Fermi paradox, where you know the reason why we seem to be alone is because um, other intelligent life hits certain barriers and can't progress, um, and that's like Fermi's paradox. Whereas when you come to time, it's like, well, time is not time. While time doesn't have to be linear, the only way you can experience time is by living through it. That kind of a deal. Um, but yeah, um, I don't know if there's enough science to prove otherwise. If that makes any sense. I'm a very pragmatic person. Don't get me wrong. I love alternate universe, like science fiction. Uh, but how do relationships work in 40K? Do you get married? Yes and no. It depends on the planet. So if it is if a planet is similar to ours, right? Post pre hot like post industrial revolution, pre hive planet, um, like it's considered an industrial world or a modified world. I should try subject to text or save it for a bit later. A bit later while we're painting. But to answer your question, depends on the planet. So in a in a on a feudal world, marriages are arranged. In a because it has to deal with knightly houses. Like peasants could probably marry whoever the hell they want, but when you get to like the knightly houses, it's arranged marriages. For if you work for the Mechanicus, I don't think marriage in the traditional sense is allowed because the Mechanicus have to like moderate every single ounce of resources, so they wouldn't want people marrying for the hell of it. You'd have to probably get permission, and then you'd also have to probably get permission to have children. Um, um, Industrialized worlds like our world, there's probably some sort of marriage. Ecclesiarchal worlds, it's probably controlled and you have to get sanctioned. Um, uh, Hive worlds, yeah, people marry, but again, it probably has to get sanctioned. Um, yeah, I think really that's about it. Like knightly houses, like the dude who ride Imperial Knights. Yeah, yeah, that's what I mean. That's what I mean. Night. So Imperial Knights, they have fiefdom worlds where their house controls either a planetary system or a singular planet inside of a habitable system. Um, there are some knightly houses that control. I can see Mechanicus simping for their machines, giving them names, knowing their sweet spots. The litany of percussive maintenance. Oh, that's fucked up. No, but what I mean by like Mechanicus, like actual Forge worlds, I assume that they would allow their menials, to marry and to have children, but because what the Forge world job is to maintain production, I think they do it in a way that's like menial alpha, or menial, you know, rho pi or phi, zeta, right? Will marry, you know, upsilon, whatever, right? And they'll marry, and they're allotted like two children, and then those children become menials of the Mechanicus, right? So I think the Mechanicus handle marriages and children uh, like a, I wouldn't say assembly line, but similar to, where it's just like you have to like we got to control X because that takes away resources from this product. So you have to like level off. So you got to maintain your workforce, but you also have to maintain your output. So it's always like in constant flux. But again, it depends on the planet. Like an agri world, I'm assuming that they would want to have as many children as possible because that's more farm hands later on down the road. Like the agri world population is small. Happy New Year. Okay, bye. Sorry, can't stay. No, 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 no. Enjoy your in Maze. Enjoy Lady Maze. Enjoy your holiday. For those of you that don't know, Lady Maze is a fellow Warhammer streamer, and she is also a fellow Security Forces member. So give her love. Enjoy your stream. Happy New Year. How about Terra? It depends. If you're part of the nobility, it's all about political marriages. Um, if you're part of the pilgrim population um, that's in charge, or sorry, that makes the pilgrim to worship in the many Terran temples. Um, it just depends, right? I'm assuming the administratum basically hands out marriage credit chits or whatever the case might be. Um, that's like you only that only gives you like authorization for X amount of children, or if you have this many, you're like this is where they're predestined to go, unless you have like unless your firstborn's like a daughter or a son, something to that extent. Where is it? There it is. So it really does depend. Basically the answer I'm going to give you is that it's controlled in some way, shape, or form throughout most imperial planets. I would assume it's controlled through some way, shape, or form through most imperial planets. Like um, you can't like you might be lucky and go to if you're an imperial guardsman from an agri world and you end up retiring in a in a major segmentum hub like Gudrun, or you know, um, well, Medusa 5 is gone, but one of the Medusa planets, right? Or actually, no, Urdesh, right? If you know, or like any of the major like segmentum hubs, if you're a guardsman there and you retire, if you survive long enough and you get discharged in a planet, you could marry there. But like again, it everything's controlled by the Imperium in some way, shape, or form. So there's going to be a form you probably have to sign, and it's got to have to be sanctioned by the local clergy. It's not like here, or it's not like in the United States, like present day, where if you find somebody, even if you find somebody from another country. Hey, now Medusa is a rougher neighborhood than it used to be, but the Iron Hands is still holding the line. Well, no, no, but what I mean, Johnny, is like um, because Medusa 5 fell back in 2000. Ooh, I want to say 2006, 2007 is when the fall of Medusa 5 happened. Um, uh, you know, I was going to say Medusa 5, but Medusa 5 is no longer a planet. It's in a warp storm, or was swallowed up by the warp but because of a warp storm. Oh, that old global campaign. Yeah, buddy, you know the one. That very same one. Yeah, that was one of the best codex ever. It really was. It was a fun codex. It was a fun codex and a fun global campaign, and I wish Games Workshop would get off their collective asses and give us another one just like that. Well, it was after the Eye of Terror campaign. It was so the fall of Medusa 5. Hold on. Let me look that up real quick. 2006. 2006 booklet, Fall of Medusa 5. I could have swore that it was pre that that the Eye of Terror was a prelude to it. It was, but it wasn't. Like it hinted that it was part of the Eye of Terror campaign on the 13th Black Crusade, but it was entirely different. It was entirely different. I might have blurred. I think it was. Hold on. 2006. I want to say that was fourth edition. I want to say fourth edition. You do this long enough, everything blends together. Facts. Facts, ladies and gentlemen. You cannot. There is no lie detected there. Seen the Titus rules? No, I have not. I have not seen the Titus rules. I'm assuming that it's wildly favored of Titus. I'm actually in Montreal right now, so I have access to my old storage here. I'm looking through second and fourth ed stuff. Oh man, those were the days. Don't get me wrong. I like 10th edition is okay. But there is something to be said about being able to truly handcraft your guard army with third edition. Um, it's just I don't know. It gives there's something about it. Okay. Remember penal leader squads and human bombs? Yes, yes. Because nothing says fanaticism than suicide soldiers and prisoner soldiers. Basically, he gets a death blow when you roll again. If you roll a 6, you get to attack and attack before you die. Oh well, that's kind of par for the course for a lot of hero characters. Like, don't get me wrong, that's disgusting as hell, but I mean that's par for the course. A lot of hero characters get like a death before dishonor rules. Of course, there was always Vortex. Watching Vortex templates chance both sides the battlefield with battlefield music playing. Yeah, yeah. Don't get me wrong. Like I said, I love 10th. It is a lot more simplistic in its methodology. His bolt pistol is 13 inches. Yeah, that makes sense. That makes sense. Again, named ultramarine character. Yeah, especially from a very popular video game. Yeah, I have no illusions that it's going to be fairly favored to him. No illusions whatsoever. But on the same side, if you can solo a Carnifex by yourself in the main game as Titus, then I don't see why that shouldn't be a thing. I think earlier editions were oriented for RPG style, but it's slowly been drifting more regiment, tournament based, competition balanced game style through the editions. Well, it has some of its advantages. I think we lost some of the flavor along the way. Oh, 100%. I feel like we lost some flavor along the way. I really, really do. I really do. You won't get me complaining saying that I think that some of the flavor has been stripped out of the game for the sake of either simplicity or balance. Now, don't get me wrong. I don't mind having a balanced game. Um, like I don't mind having a balanced game. I think game balance is important, particularly for new players, um, especially new players. Do you think GW caters a lot to the tournament crowd? Yes and no. I do think that the tournament crowd definitely experiences let me word this carefully. I think the tournament crowd experiences a different side of the hobby, a different side of Games Workshop than your casual gamer, yep, quote unquote. Yeah. Oh, please don't tell me I lost that. Oh no, it's right there. Your quote unquote casual gamer, TM. Um, you know, I don't think that. First, get your facts straight, then distort them at your leisure. I don't mind the game being different from the source material if those rules were made mindful of the source material. Oh, Sil, do you mean like tournament or game or like flavor wise, like balance and all that stuff? Like you make a very valid point. I'm just trying to figure out where what you mean by that. Can you expand upon that a little bit more? I actually genuinely am interested in that particular statement. Balancing for tournament play, making people adapt their armies and to those changes, and selling models in the process doesn't hurt. And by doesn't hurt, I mean it doesn't hurt GW's bottom line. Well, yeah, I thought we were talking about Space Marine 2 being different from the balance, the way balance works in 40K. Oh, yeah, no, 100%. 100%. The, the, the thing that I'm talking about is that, like, of course Titus has to be broken, or quote unquote broken, in the sense that, like, because if Titus was a regular Space Marine on the battlefield, even a named character on the battlefield, you know, a lot of named characters would have difficulty soloing a Carnifex. You know, that's what I would say. A lot of named characters would have difficulty soloing something that is considered a monstrous creature, right? On the tabletop. But because the source material is a video game, I'm okay with Titus being slightly busted. And we're going to get hit with an ad here in about 50 seconds on Twitch, for those of you that are watching through Twitch. Johnny, as far as your comment about esports, yeah, Games Workshop thinks that if they can make Warhammer attractive in the esports area, then they can draw more players in. I mean, it's all about marketing at that point. If you can get into an esports league and stay in the esports league or the gaming sporting league, it'll be whatever. Me with YouTube Premium. Well, still, because I've been monetized through Twitch, I can run ads on Twitch, and it helps me generate money for the charities that I'm championing. I mean, it's not a whole lot of money, but it does generate me money. Like, hey, Dice Games can make some for some highly unlikely memorable battles. I still remember Third Ed where I played Dark Hour where I settled tied up a Carnifex for 3 rounds with some lucky slave, trying trying to take it down with his agonizer. No, I mean there's definitely there's definitely some like the tabletop definitely allows that to happen. I'd super chat you if I could, but there's no button. It's because I'm not monetized on YouTube. I'm trying to be monetized on YouTube, but I'm not there just yet. That's why it's competitive in nature. It's naturally a human thing. Someday, yeah, no, someday will. I want to be. Life's already competitive. I want to be monetized. I really do. Because if I'm monetized on Twitch and on YouTube, oh boy, the amount of power I can do in donating and raising money for charity and all that stuff. I'll be unfucking stoppable. It's also better job security as a streamer. Facts. Facts. But really, streamers, unless you're a big time streamer, particularly on YouTube, you're not making much money. I mean, if I was able to make $1,000 a month as a streamer, I think I'd be doing pretty good. I'd have a larger, vibrant community on Discord, and I definitely have a larger, vibrant community on Twitch and YouTube. Um, but you also have to put in the fucking work, and that's the hard part. Is like trying to figure out how to put in the work. What's what's kind of popular? How are you going to get discovered? All that stuff. And part of that discovery process is having a set schedule, which I don't have because I'm active duty military and I do this on my off time. I mean, the fact that I'm streaming as much as I am is because I'm on leave and I'm not having to work. Um, but in the grand scheme of things, if I dropped a tiny part, oh, ooh, yeah, oh, that's tough. Sorry, Sil. That's tough. Found it. Oh, good. Good. I'm still trying to figure out how I'm gonna get the Twitch chat to also show the YouTube chats as well, so everyone can talk to each other off of Twitch and YouTube and all of that. I'm still trying to figure that out too. now I can follow both sides. I appreciate it, Johnny. I can't wait to taste this. I've been holding on to this sake for half a year now, so because I bought it right before we left Japan. If you can show both, if you could show both chat screens on stream, we could read each other's off of your. Yeah, but that's the thing is that this chat bubble right here, the one that's like right above me. Um, this chat bubble right here, the one that's right above me, is only shows only Twitch. Um, I mean, I could try and figure that. Hold on, overlays. Let's see. It's not going to let me do it. Yeah, it's not going to let me do it. You'll have to redesign regardless of layout. Yeah, I know. I know. It. Yeah. So this layout actually, just something to think about later. Yeah. So this layout actually, a friend of mine made. Um. Oh yeah, that is a tiny piece. Holy hell! Yeah, you're lucky you found it. Um. Uh. So this actual overlay that you're seeing was made by an artist called uh, Happy New Year, Bastet. Um, this channel overlay was made by an artist called Asenya, and she made it for me because so she's one of my biggest supporters. You know, we met through art commissions and all that stuff. We played games together, um, and she um, she met me. Or she made this for me because one day I commented, "Oh, my old setup looks like divorced dad." like uh, like a lazy divorced dad. Because hold on, let me see if I could do the old painting. So that's like the old painting, right? That's the old painting one, and then I'd have and like let's do the old Commissar's journal. Oh, I don't even know if I can. Oh, I can't even find it. But basically, it was just this right here. This was the old Commissar's journal without the overlay. It was just me talking and whatnot. So, and there was the Total War Warhammer 1 overlay, and a few of the others. So I just So now that she designed this overlay for me, and it's very lovely, right? So that's why I like the fact that she made this overlay. Um, so am I gonna redesign it later? Probably, but she made it out of the kindness of her heart. It was a gift to me, and I was just like, oh, thank you. Like I was just shocked when she gave it to me. She was just like, here you go. I'd set it up for you, but you have to set it up yourself. And I was just like, okay. And she gave me a YouTube video on how to set it up, and I was kind of unga bungered my way through it. All right. Okay. This one is gonna be Quister Knight. Oh no, no. So this one's gonna be Catachan Flesh as well. Son of a gun. Just trying to make sure that we get enough paint on the brush. That way it's not too watery when we're applying it. There we go. So while we're talking about the New Year's and while I'm painting on the New Year's, what is everybody's resolutions? If you believe in that stuff. Obviously you can make, you know, resolutions any time of the year, right? You can have those wonderful epiphanies that you want to make the world a better place or make yourself better within the world or always be improving outside of a New Year's. You don't necessarily need to have a New Year's resolution to change yourself. But if you do have one, what do you guys looking for or hope to experience or well, I did my save money a little bit earlier. Oh yeah? I'm assuming you didn't buy another model kit. This is probably what I need to really start doing. Saving money is always good. Saving money is always good. Making sure that you're being responsible and you're spending it for a goal or building towards a goal. Oh yeah, smoking is tough. Yeah, smoking is tough. Yeah, I know a bunch of friends who are smokers, and they struggle with it. Yeah, especially with this stuff. I bought a machine that costs makes so it should pay for itself in about 4 to 6 months. Well, not bad. Not bad. I guess the question I ask for you is like, do you want to kick the habit completely? No judgment. No judgment if you feel like you don't you're either not in a proper headspace for that or if you just enjoy smoking. Like there are people I know who've been smoking for years and they're just like, "Oh, why would I kick the habit?" Keeps me sane. Of course, when you're born Carthage. I want to quit by my heart, but in my heart I don't. So I'm just waiting for that point if it ever comes. At that point it's kind of too late. But like I said, no judgment. So if I ever decide to quit, it has to be on the first try. Oh yeah, no, 100%. Like I know people who quit and then got like went back on the bandwagon and quit and then fell back off the bandwagon. Like I really do get that struggle. Like I've seen a lot of people go like cold turkey, or they ease themselves in, or they switch to vapes, thinking that it's gonna quit, and then they just stay on vapes, and you're just like, motherfucker, you were like, what the hell? Like, for those of you that don't know, I was definitely a smoker. I smoked cigars for a while. And it wasn't like a lot. It was like maybe one, two, oh, like every 2 weeks or something like that. Now, if you get back on the bandwagon, you never quit. You're just taking a break. Yeah, yeah, well, there's that. But I quit back in like 2010, I think. 2009, somewhere. It was right before, yeah, it was right before Basic where I went cold turkey. I went through Basic, and that was fucking miserable. Um, if I stop smoking, I can't say I successfully quit until I'm actually on my deathbed. No, I get that. I 100% get that. Um, yeah, and I think I only had a cigar once or twice while I was downrange. So, it's been a while. It's been a hot minute, actually. Uh, but yeah, I quit. And then, of course, like I took a break or by your standard, I quit. I took a break in 2009, had a cigar, my first deployment as like the celebratory cigar deployment. Uh, when we got down there in 11, only had that one cigar. Then had a cigar in 13 to 14. No, sorry, 12 to 13 for that deployment, and then done after that. And then the last cigar was, trying to think, 16 to 17. That was a deployment cigar, and that's because like that's a thing that the Air Force, well, they don't do it anymore. If you have an older master sergeant or an older tech sergeant like me, particularly during Iraqi freedom and enduring freedom and inherent resolve, you had some older guys that when you deployed, the team leader, as part of like the Air Force tradition, would buy you a cigar for the deployment, and then at the end of the deployment, you would smoke it, um, to kind of symbolize that you made it through. It was an old Army Air Corps tradition, dated back to World War II. Hell, I think it actually even dated back to World War One, and that was basically like, hey, you survived, yada yada. Here's a cigar, kind of a deal. Actually, a really good example, and you see it, is a really good example of that tradition is actually from a movie, during the original Independence Day starring Will Smith, when they're talking about the aliens and they're talking about flying up to intercept the aliens, and the Marine pilots are flying are in the briefing room, and they're getting a box of cigars handed around. That's basically, um, that is a Air Force tradition. They show it as a Marine pilot tradition, and I don't want to say that the Marine pilots don't use that tradition, but it's very similar. It's probably the only thing, it's probably the only thing they got right. Uh, the part of me that keeps me smoking is my nihilism. Nothing really matters or any significance. Therefore, I could do whatever I want. Flavor of nihilism. Nihilism is so liberating. Um, you know, as far as like existential crises or all that stuff, or like the philosophical ideas, particularly of Nietzsche. Oh no, I dropped it again. Son of a gun. Where'd it go? There it is. Particularly Nietzsche is, it's interesting when people talk about nihilism. It's like, oh, well, nothing really matters. No, things matter. They just it's to a lesser extent. You know, you can have existentialism and still have purpose, and that's I think where I disagree with Nietzsche about nihilism. Is that you don't things do matter. I think that we put too much weight on the stuff that on the peripheral stuff. Um, but things do matter. Like your life has to have some sort of meaning. Um, now you could talk about it through the lens of particularly stoicism. Things only matter relative to what I think or what other people think. Yes and no. Um, because when we talk about and I'm glad that we're having a conversation about rather whether or not there is inherent purpose and meaning or significance. How could I prove how could I prove it one way or another? Oh, well, I love that we're talking about philosophy. I enjoy a good philosophical. Uh, I don't want to say debate. I enjoy a good philosophical conversation. Um, I think with I think because we live in society, we are inherently molded by one our upbringing. We are tabula rasa, right? Blank slate. But then we learn what we put as value to us, whether it is through our parents, whether it is through society, whether it is through you know our upbringing through daycare, childhood education, adolescent society, childhood society, all that stuff. That's why I think. Um, that's why I think nihilism necessarily doesn't work because we live in a society. Because if nothing was truly important or significant, society would not function the way that it does. Um, there is intrinsic social value when we talk about society and the person there is. Now you can not care what society thinks and be a contrarian to that group think. Um, but most people have an opinion that is shared within their collective society. And I'll go one step further and say that it doesn't have to be, you know, what matters in your country. It could be the society of Warhammer. It could be the society of um, group sports. You know, society of basketball. Society of an artistic society, an art society. It could be a professional society. What does your workplace center value? Does those values mirror your own? All that stuff. So I think I think that nihilism only works or can modify those values slightly. I want to highlight the meaning of inherent or objective. Think of religious belief or faith. Um, I don't know how I feel about that. Because you don't necessarily need a religion to believe in something. Um, and so I understand where you're going with that, but I disagree that you don't need to have a religious lens to establish inherent um, beliefs or inherent value or objective beliefs or objective value. Yes, I believe I was using religion to make to make the concept easier to articulate. Okay, okay, I see what you're saying. Abrahamic religions suppose a deity who created all that is and has purpose for us. Um, I'm also not denying that inherent or objective value exists. Oh, okay, all right. I'm saying I don't know if it does or not. Oh, okay, all right. So you're saying that the idea of objective or inherent value doesn't matter to you, um, because you cannot prove its existence or disprove its existence. Is that what you're trying to say? And therefore, you use religion as that particular argument or that particular example. And I'm asking because I want to make sure I'm tracking. It's unknowable, therefore, it's unknowable, so it is not relevant to me. I I wouldn't say that it's not unknown. I wouldn't say that it's not. I would not say that it's unknowable because society has certain values that are knowable. For example, take American society. Um, the majority of society agrees that if you are a productive member of society, i.e., you hold a job, you are social, whether that's you have a family, whether that's you uh, have friends, some sort of network. If you hold a job, if you're social, either at work or at home or whatever the setting is, and if you contribute to society, and this is through the American lens. If you contribute to society through your job, if you contribute through society through your actions, if you contribute through society through performing certain roles that are considered societal norms, then those values, while not while subconsciously taught to you through word, action, or just like example, um, I think those are knowable, right? Just clarification: it is not knowable to humans as we are now. We are limited in our sensitive perception. We cannot perceive reality as it is, only through the illusion of our brain's interpretation. Okay. Hmm. I think you're getting too abstract. I really do. I think you're looking at it way too abstract. Because yes, our what our brain interprets is what we see, but there are immutable things that we have interpreted. We have interpreted, particularly through math, we have discovered physics, particularly through math or particularly through chemistry. We have discovered, chemical compounds, all that stuff. Like to say that our perception of reality is only an illusion, um, that's kind of hard to prove, because there are immutable facts of our reality. You cannot argue. Um, you cannot say, well, I even though I perceive gravity, I think it's an illusion. No, it's backed up by the universal language of math. Um, oh yes, but only what we are made to interpret it. We have space telescopes that can see the edges of the observable universe. Our eyes can't do that. But that's the only way that we could think to make. Yeah, but now you're taking but this is but I think that's the problem of your argument, or of your position, is that you're saying if we can't directly see it, it is an illusion. But we've created technology that, you know, and we've used science, and we've used geometry, and we've used chemistry, and we have used the language of the universe, whether it is through chemistry, mathematics, quantum physics, physics, geometry, you know, astronomy, you know, whatever, biology. Biology is a good example. Um, you, how am I going to say this? To say that what we perceive is an illusion because of our brain's interpretation, there's immutable facts that you can't say that it's an illusion, because that's the point. Right, we've proven that we've proven that gravity exists. We've proven that biology does happen. We've proven that cells divide. We've proven that, we can only ever see it as an illusion. I'm not saying that what the illusion is coming from isn't real. Yeah, but so words matter, and this is what I'm trying to say. If you're arguing that what we see is an illusion, that's incorrect, because an illusion means that it's fake. Okay, words matter. Um, to 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 per, to say that what we perceive through our eyes is considered an illusion, because that's what you're saying. We're limited in our sense of perception. We cannot perceive reality as it is. That's what, and I'm quoting you, only through illusion of our brain's interpretation. Reality as it is, we can perceive. There is an immutable fact of reality. Now, you could argue, well, quantum physics says that there might be different realities per se, um, but in the grand scheme of things, where time changes once you talk about black holes or all that stuff, um, but you can't then declare, well, this is only we can only ever see is an illusion. There's facts to life. You can't go past the speed of light. Um, as far as we know through Newtonian physics, time is, the speed of light is the universal, um, speed limit. Um, Theory of relativity. I mean, hell, Einstein proved. I see a rock because photons bounce off of the rock. My eyes capture some of those photons. I'm literally not seeing the rock. I'm seeing the photons interact. Uh, the rock may well be real, but my eyes don't see the rock. They see the light that touches the rock. Again, you're only talking about yeah, but then now but you're missing the whole point. Is that everything in the universe is made of atoms. Therefore, and if you can react with those atoms, and touch, like, okay, so you see the photons off of the rock. The rock is still there. You can still touch the rock. It doesn't matter if you're saying, oh well, it's the photons bouncing off of it. No, it's you're touching the rock. Your hand-eye coordination touches the rock, right? Like, I don't know what you're trying to get at. Because it seems to me that you're trying to make an argument about something, but you're ignoring the rest of the senses. And if you're saying that the entire brain makes up the illusion, that also isn't true because where it's still made up of matter. It's still made up of atoms. Yeah, I'm not denying the possibility that reality is real. I'm saying I think you're getting I think I'm getting the feeling that you think that I'm assuming that reality is an illusion. I'm not saying that. Yeah, but if you say that there's a possibility that reality is real, you're discounting yourself. That, again, words matter. I'm not trying to be pedantic, but when you say, "Yeah, I'm not denying the possibility that reality is real." If you are not denying it, but then you say the possibility that reality is real. Like you see what I mean? Like you're I mean, you're talking about some pretty abstract concepts as it is. Um, Most phenomenologists argue that its solipsism is misconstrued about actual language. Is based on subject reality. Actual language, etc., is based on subject object relationships, and that not everything is actually real. But again, that's the problem with the argument, is that you're saying, well, I'm not denying reality, but then you're saying it's not actually real. That's the issue with when we talk about um, philosophy, is that, and this is something that a lot of people, this is why people don't always jive with philosophical conversations, is because you're talking about something super abstract, and then when you then turn around, or anyone who turns around, meaning that people take the arguments about this and forget the contents about the language, not objectively and not objectively the way you phrase it. I think you're discounting yourself. So my question is, what's wrong with discounting myself? Uh, the problem is that within, how do I put this? When we talk about philosophy, nihilism, abstract abstract versus concrete, reality versus illusion, those words have meaning. And in philosophy, you have to know what those meanings. You have to understand the value of those meanings. Okay, whether it's through written language, spoken language, whether it's through education um, or or practice, right? That's the argument that I am that and phenomenologists, you know, I just don't never having to watch the channel painting a Celestine right now. Well, thank you very much. We're I'm painting too, but we're talking about concepts of philosophy and language. But Silbury, what I'm trying to say is that if you're talking about philosophy in and of itself, right? Philosophy is rooted in the ideas about communicating an idea, and words have meanings within that within communicating that idea. And you cannot say um, because the issue that I'm trying to explain is that, like, you're saying people are taking the arguments and forget about the content about the language and not objectively denying reality, right? Philosophy is assigning meaning to the words, right? Is they're trying to give a state of being value. That is what philosophy is. Whether it's nihilism, whether it's um, whether it's tabula rasa, whether it's the good man, whether it's the bad, whether it's the bad man, whether it's whatever the case is. Remnant of Chaos, Happy New Year's. Welcome to the philosophy side of the stream right now. So when I'm saying you're discounting yourself halfway through the 20 slides, almost. Oh no, yeah, we are halfway. Well, almost for me. We still got an hour and 20 minutes before I'm almost through because I'm in California. Um, oh yeah, that's right. You're in what's it called? Probably Australia, right? If it's zero something in the morning. Denmark. Oh, okay. All right. I know because I know Australia is like past the international date line. So Japan, Australia, Guam, uh, um, parts of Korea, parts of Russia. They've all had like everything is like same time zone. Still listening and processing, by the way. No, and look, still, I think you're trying to explain your state of being, which is totally fine. The issue is that in philosophy, words have to have meaning and words have to have value. And well, it's zero. Oh, okay, all right, gotcha. So words have to have meaning and words have to have value. Particularly when you're talking about abstract versus concrete ideas um, in philosophy. So saying something is an illusion because the brain perceives it because of either photons and you ignore like the other sensory styles or whatever the case might be, or you're saying, well, because we had to develop technology in order to observe X, Y, and Z. Well, that's human nature as it is, right? Um, we could not observe black holes the way that black holes are actually made out to be until we had multiple telescopes built up all throughout the Earth and pointed at one particular telescope. I mean, for Einstein was correct in what a black hole looked like. You know, 70 years, actually more than 70 years, almost 80 years. Yeah, 80 years before we developed a powerful, telescope that can detect black holes. He proved black holes. Stephen Hawking proved black holes with Einstein's work, you know. Um, and so taking that kind of similar vein of like science and whatnot and transporting it over to philosophy, philosophy requires a lot of concrete understanding, intrinsic value, inherent value, objective value, work in order to establish a thought, right? Whether it's nihilism, whether it's existentialism, whether it's the purpose, whether it's tabula rasa ideas, or the good man, or the bad, man theories, where everyone's born intrinsically bad, or everyone's born or sorry, everyone's born inherently bad, or everyone's born inherently good, right? You talk about stoicism with Marcus Aurelius, right? All of that stuff, right? That has to be rooted in, is it true? Do the words have meaning? Because if words don't have meaning, then the idea of philosophy in and of itself shouldn't be, like it doesn't matter, right? And so that's what I'm trying to say, you know. And I'm not a philosopher of, I'm not like a certified doctor. I don't have a doctorate in philosophy. I'm not a master's, and I don't have a master's degree in philosophy to like truly explain everything about it. When you say intrinsic value relative to what? Just inherent in and of itself? Like value exists if there is no sapient or sentient life? No, I am saying that without society, and without the ideas within society, and societies change, whether it's societies change with time, societies change with location, societies change with um, technology, right? The the philosophies that we're talking about, whether it's tabula rasa, whether it's everyone's born inherently good, everyone's born inherently evil, uh, whereas nihilism, hey, we tried to discover God, but we killed God, with Nietzsche. Um, the hardest part about philosophy is coming to accept terminology. There's no way of knowing what your understanding of a there's no way of knowing that your understanding a construct of words is the same as the intent of the person communicating it. Well, so at best, I think I get what you're trying to say. Well, yeah, of course, Johnny. 100%. Especially because we're not talking like there's a level of disconnect when you talk via text, and there's a level of disconnect when you talk via um, over the phone, and there's a level of disconnect when you talk like with a person. Okay. Um, yeah, and yeah, I'm simplifying the heck out of it. No, 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 no. I don't mind simplifying philosophy because, again, we're talking about some seriously abstract. Like philosophy is a majority of philosophy is an abstract thinking, right? And I mean abstract isn't because you're talking about like a value set that people disagree. I mean, Christ's sakes, people still disagree on Nietzsche because a lot of his stuff was co-opted by the Nazis. So people don't like talking about Friedrich Nietzsche. Um, you know, because again, a lot of his stuff was co-opted by the Nazis, particularly his Übermensch. stuff. Um, uh, yeah, yeah. I mean, exactly, exactly. People don't like talking about, the bad human complex, which is like, I wouldn't mind joining you in VC if you want. I'm just chilling at the moment. No, 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 no. I'm not trying to force people to come into the voice chat. I'm not. Um, Will to power. Yeah, exactly. Um, uh, Going back to classical, it's such a mixed bag because it's you get some profound insights, and then you get the next sentence, and that they concede that everything's false if they had a microscope. Yeah, kind of, kind of. There's definitely a lot of that backtracking going on. I mean, philosophy worked at some points, particularly when I feel that sometimes philosophy worked somewhat hand in hand with science at one point. Particularly when you're talking about like Stoicism, right? Stoicism. Marcus Aurelius had some really good ideas. Okay, um, I wouldn't feel forced, but I'm assuming you just don't want some rando in your VC potentially saying some dangerous stuff. Well, I mean, just abide by the terms of the Discord, and you're fine. That's that. Like read the rules in the Discord. As long as you don't say anything that's bigoted or hurtful to other people and all that stuff, because we did have a few trolls a while back. I know we've known each other for a while, but I don't know if I've earned that kind of trust. No, 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 no. Like I said, um, just D money. Just started building my first 40K figures and all that stuff. Philosophy in the ancient world was a substitute of science because they didn't have the developed means to verify most of their theories. Oh, 100%. 100%. But what I was trying to get at with like Marcus Aurelius and Stoicism, if you look at some of the things that he did talk about with Stoicism, like if something bad happens to you and you can't control it, let it go. Um, that is like when you talk about psychology, that's a really good coping mechanism. Is like I can't control this. This is out of my control. There's no way I can affect how something outside of my control. There's no way I can affect that. So I'm going to be mindful of my feelings and work around those feelings. That is a solid psychological good, like that is a good understanding of like basic one-on-one psychology, particularly when you talk about PTSD, right? Um but Anyway, I'm still trying to figure out what I said that concerned you about. Do I agree that words have mean? Do I agree that words have meaning? What I said that you were concerned about. I do agree that words have to have meaning or value. Um, that's fine. I think that like again, I'm I love having a conversation about philosophy. It's just I'm we're pushing the bounds of what I feel comfortable speaking about because again, I don't have a bachelor's or a master's or doctorates in psychology. But what I do understand is the concepts that in psychology you must like across all schools and all branches of psychology were like the concepts within that are not psychology, philosophy. Oh my lord. I'm already screwing up. Within philosophy, all those like all those concepts have to like they because they use because we're talking about something using words, those words, and we're talking about concepts within philosophy, those words have to have meaning and value and have to have a definition. Um, and saying, because I think you had said that you were mentioning solipsism. Or no, 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 no. Caesar Sneezy said most phenomenologists argue that seems like solipsism are misconstrued as actually about language is based on subject and object relationships. Not everything is actually real. There we go. Um, that's and that's why I was saying intrinsically there's um, intrinsically there's like when you're talking about philosophy, you have to establish meaning. You have to establish meaning. There has to be shared consent or shared agreement with meanings and all that stuff. Um, it's really late, and this is an involved conversation. Stoicism's neat on a personal level, but it's also interesting to compare to Confucianism in the sense that it's very easy for an emperor or an aristocrat like a Sensia uh, to say that the people have. I mean, yeah, yeah. To say that the people have their place and they should accept the dice that the gods have rolled for them. Yeah, I mean, like I said, I don't support anything that has been used or I particularly I cherry pick. If there's something that I like about Stoicism, I'm on standby for a few minutes. I gotta start a video on the exact second. Okay, all right, that's fine. Um, I like to cherry pick some of the ideas of philosophy because there are really good ideas. We're seeing that in the world right now. I see. Yeah, facts. Um, I see really good ideas within philosophy, and then there are some really bad ideas um, uh, within the same school. For example, like Stoicism's like, well, hey, if you can't control your fate, then just accept it. Um, I don't particularly like that. There will always be there will always be room for change. There will always be room for um, uh, improvement. Because if we don't improve as a society, if we don't allow people to be, if we don't allow growth and improvement in a society, then we become we become basically the quote unquote tyrants that we espouse to hate. You know, if we don't build, if we don't leave, and this is kind of where I stand as a person, right? For those of you that don't know me, and because some of you have said, "Oh, I've discovered the stream and all that stuff." So for those of you that don't know me, I am a human. I identify as a humanist. I believe in the humanist cores, and it all kind of boils down to I don't necessarily believe in a god. I don't necessarily believe in an afterlife. I believe that we have one life on this earth, and once we die, that's it. So our job on this earth is to create a better world than what we came into. And that is my firm belief, and I hold on to that firm belief up until the day I die. Or actually, past the day I die. My job is to make the world a better place, reduce human suffering, give people a chance to be good, allow people the chance to be good, try and help people do good, all that stuff, and then continue on forward from there. All right. I do have to go to the bathroom real quick. I'm going to throw you guys on a commercial break real quick. I will be back soon. All right, I'm back. Sorry about that. Okay. All right. I'm sorry. Do you have kids, Commissar Hecht? I only asked because it became very real once I had a kid. Oh, yes, I do. I have two children. I have two girls. How am I feeling? Um, it's a little language where you start hitting jargon. I think it got derailed because I said there was a lot of arguments Silvery was making were rooted in philosophical arguments about language that were not originally intended to deny reality. Uh, Formalization exists in academics. Formalized language, opposed to two non-philosophers agreeing ad hoc semantics on the spot. Technical vocabulary, I'd say it's like any highly trained specialist talking shop. Yeah, basic. So the I think the disconnect was is that like when you talk about philosophy, um, semantics, conversation with both participants. So the problem I think Salisbury is that um, even if two people have the same academic professional backgrounds, they don't have identical language. They have commonalities, but they do have more commonalities outside the field. No, I actually want to disagree with that. I do want to disagree with that. If you have formalized training, um, we're dangerously getting back into Plato's shadow with the wall on the cave here. Yeah, I want to actually disagree with that because if you have formalized training, you have to have the same language. Um, uh, I'll break it down like this. In security forces, a rifle is when I say a rifle, when I say a M4 rifle, I'm going to be really, really specific. There is what's called nomenclature, and the nomenclature is the characteristics of that weapon system. The M4 rifle is a shoulder-fired, gas-power, magazine-fed, and if it was the M4, if it was the just M4 instead of the M4A1, it was semi-automatic rifle. Okay, that is what the M4, the original M4 was. Now the M4A2 or the M4A1 is a shoulder-fired, gas-operated, magazine-fed, capable of single or automatic fire, single shot or automatic fire rifle. Okay, if you're in security forces, if you are in the Army, if you are in the Marines, if you are in any sort of combat arms related field that deals with that rifle, what I just said, people would say yes. It doesn't matter where they came from, and it doesn't matter any form of education outside of the military. They're going to say yes because those words have that particular meaning and understanding, um, we're also getting close to behold a man territory. Yeah, I mean that, but that's what I'm saying. Like, your training, if you've had the same training, that training has um that training and that language is shared. Um, so there's that. Um, uh, so like when we're in philosophy, if you've come up through the philosophical education side of um, of philosophy, if you study philosophy, you're going to have that shared language. Though you're going to have that same language. You're going to be able to identify that same language and agree on that same language. You might disagree with the philosophy in and of itself, and you might be able to challenge that philosophy better than than a layperson like us, right? That are having as you said, an ad hoc conversation about it. But um, there with formalized education, you will have the same language, and even if you don't share. Going with your military example, does that apply to other militaries, or what about different languages? Um, so education, it doesn't. Now we're getting into developmental arguments, I think. Um, and this is why when you're doing philosophical studies, you generally have to go all the way back to the first philosophers to get the grounding in the jargon of the field. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Um, uh, if I was to say nomenclature, okay, what is the nomenclature of the British battle rifle? They're going to tell me the nomenclature of the British battle rifle. Is it going to be exactly the same? Maybe. I don't know. I don't have that answer off the top of my head. But again, they're going to tell me what how they've been trained, and we can have conversations, right, about about the differences. But at the end of the day, when I say nomenclature, they're going to give me what they've been taught. Does it have a featherless bipod? Yeah, I mean, hashtag joke. No, 100%, 100%. But that's what I'm, or not hashtag, but insert joke. Yeah. But that's what I'm saying is, like, they're going to give me their nomenclature. Is it going to match up exactly the same as what I have been trained within nomenclature? Probably not. There is a decent chance that it's probably not going to not be, but it will match similar patterns in language, and I can grasp those concepts, okay, and understand those concepts. Um, you know, uh, it's just, but you're also talking joint operations. Um, but when it comes to a subject like philosophy that's taught all over the world and shares the same concepts regardless of whether it's taught in French, German, Russian, Japanese, um, you know, those concepts are ideally, your nomenclature has to be enough commonality where you'll be able to establish common understandings and allow yourself to understand the differences within your viewpoints. Yeah, exactly. Like, that's the point that I'm getting at. Um, if I say magazine, Example given, I just had a bottle of champagne for New Year's Eve. I didn't actually buy a bottle from the champagne from Champagne, France, but you know what I mean. Yeah, exact. Perfect example. That's a perfect example. That's what I mean by when words have meaning. We understand something, right? Yes, a wine snob will say, "Oh, but it's not from the Champagne area of France. That's why they call it champagne." It doesn't matter. The same argument could be said for bourbon snobs. It's not bourbon because it doesn't come from Tennessee or whatever wherever bourbon comes from, right? Wherever the true version of bourbon comes from, right? Um, but we all know what a bourbon is. We all know what beer is. Okay, so that's why I'm saying that. That's why I'm saying you can have language is you don't have to necessarily have a quote unquote shared language to understand something. But if you do go through an education, that education, bourbon is Kentucky. That's what I meant to say. I did say Tennessee's, but you also have to take into account people have firm ideas of what nomenclature means, and it doesn't have to match yours at all. No, that's true. That's true, and that's where the education process comes in. So when we talk about philosophy, ask a colorblind person what green looks like. No, and that's true. That's true. Um, but when we talk about education, then that language becomes very concrete. And so it doesn't matter if you come from a different background, if you have the same formalized education, regardless of where it is in the world, particularly if it's something that is studied as much as philosophy, um, uh, your your that language is going to be um, that language is going to be shared. That language is going to be experienced, or you'll be able to talk about philosophy better. All right. Oh my lord, this was supposed to be a painting stream about 40K and talking about lore, and we got into a philosophy conversation for a very long time. Not that I don't mind that. I love the spam bot in the Twitch chat. Yeah, I'm about to ban him. I'm about to ban the spam bot. You just go ahead and hit the bam. Bam! There you go. Enjoy the ban hammer. I had a red green deficiency. Yeah, I only finished the torso, head, and waist. I have a red green deficiency. I discovered this when I was a child, and I had a massive argument with my mom about how the crossing light wasn't green, it was white. Yeah, Banhammer 40,000. Yep, 100%. Don't like bots. Abominable AI. But yeah, like there have been people popping in and out of the channel, and they're like, "Is this guy talking about? This was supposed to be a Warhammer stream, and they're talking about philosophy and Nietzsche and Descartes and all that stuff, and tabula rasa, and you know, and Marcus Aurelius." People were so confused. I sort of lost the thread of the conversation, but I'd love to have another conversation with you some other time. No, 100%. This still counts as in progress between between you and my New Year's Eve video. So, and you gotta get painting. No, I don't mind having conversations with chat. I really don't, particularly if they're engaging. If you're painting, you could say we were putting the cart before the horse. Oh, oh, Johnny, that's terrible. Boo. Oh no. Oh, you're a bad man. Oh. Yeah, I did see that. Does it still count as an in progress if they were in progress since the 80s? Are those Imperial robots? Or are those Orc Killicans? They look like Orc Killicans, but I can't tell. They're really old. Orc Dreads. Ah, okay. I probably count as Killicans now. The original lobster ones. Yeah. Wow, that's insane. That's a real cool find, Johnny. Yeah, they evolved into Killicans. And that's what I feel them as. I mean, I'd feel them just for the sake of cool factor, right? That's some living archaeology right there. It belongs in a museum. Painting question. Uh, why is it that my Liberator or Gold highlights don't look any better than Retributor Gold? Um, doesn't look any better than Retributor Gold, Reichland Flesh slash Ret Gold. I don't know. You'd have to show me on the Discord what you're talking about there, Caesar. Um, I'm assuming that the highlights that you're using are just kind of. I'm assuming that what you're talking about is like the like how those highlights work together. But yeah, I don't know. It's a good question. Can't give you an answer, but it's a good question. It just seems like I wasted a really good hour and just looked at it just as good as more with Rec Gold. Maybe I should add some chrome highlights to the Orc Gold to make more stark highlights. I mean, so I'm gonna be honest with you, Caesar. I don't do highlights. I like just matte colors. I don't like doing gold. Isn't really easy to highlight. Yeah, again, I don't do highlights. I just prefer straight colors. Um, I understand a lot of people think. I understand a lot of people like highlights because they're like they're pleasing, but I don't. I don't. I don't. I don't do highlights. I think it. I just don't like how I do them. I don't like how they turn out. So I was just so from a really young age, I was just like, well, if I can't do the highlights the way I really want them to, I'm not going to do them. And so that's what I've been like. Most of my army is straight color. Um, Black Templar, like Matt Grimdark stuff, but I'm doing Celestine right now. Ah, yeah, Celestine. Yeah, and you want to have that kind of like celestial, otherworldly, holy look. Yeah, no, I get what you're saying. But yeah, most of the colors that I paint, actually all the colors I paint on my models are just straight that color, no highlight. Um, One day I'll probably get good at highlights, but right now I'm not, and so I don't do it. That's the long and short of it. Hate me if you want, um, but that's the long and short of it. Yep, she's got to shine with the Emperor's light. Ah, everybody's got their style. Oh, I'm glad. I'm glad. Like, and here's the thing: new painter, old painter, expert painter, beginner painter, in between painter. I welcome all. I just, for me, I think unless you're a really good painter and you understand how to highlight and all that stuff. Anyway, getting late. Subscribed. Thanks for the chat. Oh, I appreciate you, Caesar. I appreciate you. Means a lot. Means a lot that you're supporting the channel. And if you miss anything, or if you definitely want to, uh, and if you want to see more stuff on Twitch or prefer to support on Twitch, all that stuff. Um, this is proving to be the most frustrating kit to denub. My files won't reach a couple spots. Do you have like these small like Games Workshop mold files? These ones I find are really good to reach the tiny places. I mean, the tip is fairly large, but and Happy New Year. Thank you very much. The tip is fairly large. It's about it's about a a fraction of my pinky size, but still it's fairly large. But it does its purpose. It serves it well. It's not the greatest file, but it definitely will clear a mold line. Oh, I love Louise Snugden. She is a treasure that needs to be protected. No, I have razor glass files. I use hobby knife for those tough spots, but it always makes me nervous. Oh yeah, yeah, 100%. Her, Peachy, and Duncan are like treasures of the hobby, need to be protected. Precious people. The holy trinity of XGW game painters. Yeah, that's the one thing I wish GW paid their painters. Like I'm pretty sure they pay them good, but I wish they would have kept them. I really do. I think Duncan, her, and Peachy are just like really good people and really good. They were really good ambassadors of the hobby, and oh, it's a shame. It really is a shame that they split ways. And I'm assuming that they had their reasons, but I don't know. It didn't sit right with me. I don't even think it was much of a pay thing as much as a recognition. GW has been increasingly bad about crediting their works and their internal staff work. Yeah, no, 100%. I mean, but that's a lot of companies nowadays. Is that they don't credit the people that worked on the frickin' whether it's the rule books or the models or the scripts for like the campaigns, whether it's D&D, Warhammer. I mean, I haven't seen any issues with some of the Kickstarter stuff like Trench Crusade, where they give people credits and all that stuff. Um, but like, I don't know. To me, I think Games Workshop needs to bring back credit where credit is due, and in a big way. Like, hey, without this person, you wouldn't have this stuff. Um, Plus, it would take the teeth out of a lot of people's arguments, a lot of purists' arguments. Um, a lot of people that are like defending the lore or whatever the case is, or defending, whatnot, or trying to discredit somebody that was progressive in the company and was like trying to push the company forward. Hello, painting up a vision of Crisis Protocol currently. Oh, painting up vision for Crisis Protocol. Well, hello, the Olive Tree. How are you? I'm assuming that's Marvel Crisis Protocol, unless there's another Crisis Protocol that I'm not aware of. They want to the void of, oh, this is bad because of written by author. Yeah, I know. I know. Um, and I understand why they're doing that, but then you run into, yes, indeed, it is Marvel. Okay, I wanted to double check because there are a lot of games that share similar names, and I don't want to talk through a position of ignorance. I like to try and stay informed as much as possible. Because if you're here watching the stream and all that stuff, um, it's my job to not just be somewhat knowledgeable on what you guys are talking about, but also um, not talk out of my ass. Because talking out of my ass doesn't do anybody any justice. Might be fun, but Olive Tree, which version of Vision is it? Is it? I'm not entirely sure, but it comes in the pack with the winners. So it's probably Civil War version, at least bare minimum. I mean, you could probably paint it like WandaVision or what's it called WandaVision or Infinity Wars Vision or all that stuff. But I'm assuming it's so. Hi Russ, Happy New Year. Gosh, can you believe that I've never had a New Year's kiss and Valentine's? Is that normal? Um, Joker, I'm gonna say this, and this allow me to be a little bit paternal on this. It's not having something, whether it's a New Year's Eve kiss or a Valentine's Day kiss, whatever the case might be, or a date right on Valentine's Day, um, is that's it's okay. It's okay to not necessarily experience something that a lot of people in society basically give it as a given or a norm. Um, uh, and little ceremonies like that, right? New Year's Eve kiss and the Valentine's Day first kiss, all that stuff. It's all well and good and it's all fun. But in the spirit of those traditions, if you're going to experience those traditions as they should be received, make sure you receive them with respect. Make sure you receive them with the respect to you and the credit to you as a person, right? Because if you just like if there's something thrilling about kissing the random girl or boy during the New Year's Eve first kiss or during the New Year's first kiss, and there the kiss of Valentine's. That's always thrilling, but particularly when you get older and when you actually start developing relationships with whoever, right? Um, that's when that meaning needs to be there, and then that's where you as a person need to feel valued and respected and whatnot. So don't fret if you don't partake, because it's okay. Most like unless you know somebody um, that shares and reciprocates you and cares about you, you know, don't worry about being normal. Because if you worry about what normal is and let that define you, you will find out that you will there is a chance that you will be unhappy because you're giving into a societal pressure that might not necessarily be true to you. So I'm a loser. No, you're not a loser. You're not a loser. I don't think you're a loser. I don't think you're a loser. It's all normal. Yeah. No, I don't think you're a loser. Nah, all in the fullness of time. Yep, 100%. If it happens, it happens. If it doesn't, it doesn't. And you're not missing out if it doesn't. As long as you're happy with you, and as long as you're happy with yourself, and as long as you continue to work on yourself, that is the only thing that I will ever, ever, ever like advocate for. I advocate for you. I advocate for you to be happy. I advocate for you to be successful. I advocate for you to feel um those feelings and to experience and honor the feelings and emotions that you're having in a healthy and safe way. That's and I feel like somewhat of what was just talked about is I've never experienced it, so it seems significant kind of deal. Uh, Me too. Tomorrow is just a day off because I'm a federal employee. Beautiful. No, I mean that's and I s- and that standard goes for everybody who supports the channel, right? I may not necessarily know you on a quote unquote friendship, real world relationship style, um, you know, real world relationship style kind of um, in that sense, right? But I do know that if you're watching this channel and you're supporting the content and you're promoting the content, or and you're doing everything you can to help grow the channel, you know um that is that's what it's incumbent upon me to help support you guys in any way I can with all the means that I can. And if that means that, you know part of that is building that safe space where you can be vulnerable in the chat and you can talk about, like, hey, I've never experienced this, is this normal? Or hey, I've never done this, you know am I wrong? And that's where I come in and say, because I've had those feelings, I've had those kind of intrusive thoughts, and I come in and say, no, you're fine. Not because I feel like I'm obligated to say that, but because I genuinely feel that and I genuinely care about you. Anyway, Rusty, are you putting together, uh, starting to put together or paint the new Christmas stuff? Uh, I do have the headquarters stuff on up at bat, right? Once I finish this, that's the next part, is the up at bat stuff, right? I'm slowly chipping away at my pile. And for those of you that, and 20 minutes till New Year's in California. So for those of you that are curious what my New Year's resolution is um, and I said it kind of in with some people, get back down to fighting weight, right? I'm a little over my fighting weight by a few pounds. I'm not gonna lie, by about 30 pounds. So I really want to get back down to fighting weight. So that's a big one. Second big one is continue to work on the quote unquote pile of shame. Although now I'm going to call it the pile of opportunity. It's an opportunity for me to explore and help develop my painting skills, so I can paint faster and I can paint more um, uh, what's called more efficiently. I can work on my painting style, all that stuff. So that's number two. Number three, um, um, try and take more time off to get involved with my children. Not that I don't, but there have been times where I have unfortunately had to put work first, because I have to. And so hopefully I can get the opportunity to say, hey, no, I want to put my kids first. Um, Matches our time zone. Oh, cool, cool, cool. Um, get my mile time back down. That's another one. Like I used to be a very like, I need to put my miles back up on when it because I used to run a lot. Um, and that's another thing that I used to that I used to uh, I want to get back down to like sub 6, or at least 6 minute miles. That would be nice. 6 minute miles. I don't think I can get down to sub 6, but I want to try and get back to 6. And then ultimately, I would love to run the Boston Marathon. It may not be this year, but definitely the year after that. Now that I'm back in the States, you need to get out and dance more. Oh yeah, well you need to spin more for me then. I only dance for a certain amount of DJs, and you are one of them. Yeah, oh, but yeah, ballroom dancing with my wife. That'd be amazing. I used to ballroom dance. You were the last time I spun. That's true. That's true. I only like there are a handful of DJs I trust to dance to. You are on the top of the list, good sir. Speaking of dancing, my primary aerobic hobby is inline skating. So if you don't know what an inline slalom is, it's kind of like ballet of rollerblading. No, I honestly, like skating is tough. Skating is tough. I also skate on the street. The world is my roller rink. Do you do derby skating? Like contact derby skating or just like skating for the hell of it? I don't know if I could still do it. Oh, Johnny, it's like riding a bike. You are by far and away. I think you still have the talent. I'm a bit above my fighting weight these days too. I had a bit of a medical situation, never really completely recovered. It's not the selection, it's the endurance. How about you, Russ? If you're still watching, what's your plan for the New Year's? What do you plan on working on? Doing something each week, no matter what. Just move. Oh yeah, no, that's good. That's good advice. Honestly, walking the dog has been the best. Walking Yarn has been the best, probably some of the best exercise because I have to walk him twice a day, and we walk about a mile and a half every day. Although specifically, I got into the inline slalom. Oh, okay, all right. My plan is to visit the war memorial with the mates. Mailman, I walk 24 kilometers a day. That's a lot. And then to enjoy the rest of my holidays. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Oh, well, I hope you do. I hope you get to see it. I hope you get to spend time. I mean, won't you be able to for Anzacs Day? Don't you go to the war? Like, isn't like the Anzacs parade like goes to the war memorial? No, that's hybrid work, but biking from home to the office. Oh man, I would love to bike to work. The problem is I've got way too much battle rattle to carry back and forth from work to home. And we do have lockers at the squadron for people's battle rattle. Um, I do in Sydney, but this is the Capital War Memorial in Canberra. Okay, all right, that makes more sense. Um, but yeah, all my battle rattle, my Kevlar and turtle shell and whatnot. It's a 3 hour pilgrimage, 3.5 hour pilgrimage. Well, have you ever done? I don't know if your unit does it. I don't know if I mean I'm pretty sure the Australian. I'm pretty sure any military organization probably has a memorial ruck. Um, but I mean, if you could pitch it, you could probably do it like um, I know for one of your training day or one of your training sessions is be like, hey, we're gonna do this. We're gonna do a memorial ruck, and you do it that way. I mean, that's what I would try and pitch it that way and see what anyone says. Or you go to Sydney, or sorry, or you go to Canberra, and then you do a memorial ruck from a another unit's base to the memorial, and do it that way. Yeah, this is a civvy thing, a civvy mates thing. Oh, okay, all right, my bad. I misunderstood. One's ex defense like me, but the others are civvies. Okay, all right. I wish I. We've been talking about doing a Mates Valhalla weekend. Oh, that sounds good. That sounds cool. Yeah, all my friends are in Massachusetts or across the world, so uh, I don't get to have that. Hell, one's in Montreal right now, and one's in Australia, and everyone else is spread all over all over God's green earth. It's like you, Frere, Dave are all in Australia. Darklight's all in Australia. Um, uh, Asenya's in England. Friends geographically scattered. I have no clue what that's like. It's fun. It's true. I'm up in Washington State, so at least we're in the same time zone for New Year's. Oh, thank you, Olive Tree, and I appreciate the solidarity. 9 minutes left. By the way, Olive Tree, how'd you manage to find the stream? I've recently come to find out that either that I'm being discovered, but most of the times it's through trolls. 8 minutes. Yep. So it's rare when people actually discover the stream and they actually are good people. I think that's just the gamut of being a streamer is that like unless you're a big time streamer, discovery is really hard. In advance. Oh, well, Zed already had his New Year's. Zed's in Montreal. Zed has his New Year's about 3 hours ago. All right, I'm gonna let this sake breathe. Oh my God. I normally don't drink alcohol on stream. Uh, oh, how happy belated. But I will make an exception in this case. And again, this particular sake is from Amori, from Hachinohe, the Hachinohe Fish Market. Um, it's New Year's Eve. Everyone's doing it. uh, and yeah, I got this from the Hachinohe Fish Market. I wonder how many people are. I got Soju and Dunhill already. I wonder how many people are close enough to a town to a time zone border that they just party on one side and then cross over. I'm 5 hours from day two. Oh man! And then, like I said, I'm using the Well, here I'll show it here. I'm drinking it from my old squadron's sake cup. So this is a traditional Japanese sake cup that I got from a Christmas party. So, um, and this I'm like really excited to drink from this. This is probably one of the more cooler. Um, yeah, it's a traditional sake cup, right? So there's two ways you can do it. You can either pour into the wood itself, or you have a shot glass and you pour the shot glass and then fill it over. Yep, 5 minutes. And then you drink the shot glass and then you drink the rest of whatever got spilled over. So it was really cool. We got to keep them as a parting gift. Probably one of the better parting gifts from the holiday party from Misawa. Countdown timer has been initiated. 4 minutes. It's the final countdown. That reminds me of that missile vehicle for the. Oh, the Death Strike missile! Yeah, for the random roll, the countdown to Doomsday. Yeah, where you could just launch the missile. Yeah, Death Strike. So Russ, aside the memorial walk, what other like major an olive tree? What are your resolutions, if you have any? Oh, I have Johnny. I've done a meme search before. I don't do resolutions. Oh, okay, that's fine. 100%, very valid. 2 minutes. Yep. You know enough about me to know me some. I know I love some good or amusing cover versions. Oh yeah, 100%. 100%. All right, and we're just gonna again fill this up, let it breathe. All right, time to find out if I timed this video correctly. 1 minute. Yep. I've got a clock right now on the computer. 30 seconds left. Fingers crossed. 20 seconds. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Happy New Year. Happy New Year, folks. I want to thank everyone who supported me last year, and I wish you all nothing but blessings and happiness and and success, and may you continue to oh, slow down, you college knucklehead. I'm sipping it. I'm sipping it. I might have another one, but I'm sipping it. Hmm. Oh man, that is smooth. Valorant gifted a sub. Holy crap! Oh, we got sub gifts. Oh, Rusty, 5 tier subs. Oh, dude. Valorant gifted a Valorant. The actual added a gift sub and a bonus sub to Russ D. Oh my lord! And we got a hype train going on. Do you know how much Dunhills cost in California these days? Heck, no, I don't. We got a level 3 hype train going on. My god! You're 50% in completing your goal. Oh, the game! The game Valorant gave 2 community subs. Valorant's doing a promo for the holidays, giving bonus subs. Oh, I didn't know that. You're welcome. Thank you very much. Holy shit, 13. $20. Oh, okay. My goodness. Dude, appreciate you. That means a lot to me. I didn't think that Valorant would have given gift stuff. Oh my lord. That's amazing. Thank you. Oh, by the way, we're getting new emojis for the channel too. The new emojis that we're getting All right, time for this old man to call it a night. Well, I appreciate you, Johnny. Thank you very much. So the new emojis that we're going to be getting. Hold on. Before you go off. So we're getting a thinking emoji, concerned, approved, denied, try again, omnissiah, salute, bayonets, sleepy, and then medic. And then we might even get some animation emojis. So like taking notes, nodding head yes, shaking head no, reloading, bayonets, flag waving, and then for the emperor. The chat is lovely, dark, and deep. I have promises to keep. Oh God, I need sleep. Oh God, I need sleep. Yep, 100%. Thank you very much. And Russ, thank you very much for the bits. Are those based on the same ones in Discord? Yes, they are. They 100% are. Night, buddy. Well, good. Those are some quality pieces. Yes, they are. Oh my lord, that sake is smooth. All right, all right. Be well. Back had to celebrate New Year's with the fam real quickly. Well, I appreciate you. You just missed me just pouring sake and drinking it on the stream. So that's. Don't worry, you didn't miss much. Commissar, as usual, always a pleasure. No, absolutely. Thank you very much for joining. Appreciate everyone who's celebrating with me. I will be right back. Oh my god, holy crap. Russ, 19? Russ, what are you doing? Gonna leave the stream running on lurk. End the year building a kit. Start of the year building a kit. Going to see going to see the sunrise with some old friends. A yearly tradition. You're not allowed to leave. Oh my God, Russ! We're level 4 now. A level 4 hype train. Holy crap. Oh my lord. You deserve it, brother. Well, I appreciate you, Russ. I appreciate you. Oh my lord. I think you gave almost every. Well, you gave a majority of the followers that read Twitch partner for the win. Oh, I wish I want to be a Twitch partner. So far I'm a Twitch affiliate right now. Anyway, I really do have to get going. Just 2 seconds. 2 seconds. I'm not ending the stream just yet. Just 2 seconds. Come on. All right, okay. The reason why I had to leave is because I had to fix this chair, and then because the wheel came off, and then I also had to wish my wife a happy New Year because I guess she's awake. I thought I heard noise. Oh my! End of the year building a kit. Start of the year building a kit. Gonna go see the sunrise. No, I appreciate it. I really do. All right. And now time for me to go. I've got my own family stuff. No, no, no. Russ, thank you very much. Thank you very much for the subscribers. That was a huge, huge, awesome deal, man. I appreciate you. So, thank you so much. Enjoy time with the family, man. Pleasure. Take care. Rest up today. Yeah, I will. Oh, my lord. A level 4 hype train. That's just amazing. Gonna take a break from working on the windows. We're gonna try his mechanical arm. Okay, all right. Actually, going to. I'm gonna step back. I'm gonna step away real quick. I'm gonna go get my iPod and listen to some music while we paint. And seeing as I'm drinking sake, we might as well do some improv karaoke. And I'm going to leave a message on the Discord. All right. I think I'm going to have another drink. And then after I have this drink, we'll continue painting. Now that I'm sufficiently lubed up with libation. Or as Victor Saltzpyre would say, a little bit of a tipper. Oh man, that sake is smooth. My God. Mm-hmm. Cheers again. Ah, oh, it's smooth, but it does have a burn in the back of the throat. And it warms you up pretty good. This will probably be my last bit because I don't want to be too drunk and try and paint. Although that would be funny. Oh, you should have your figure where you only work on when you're drunk. Oh, that'd be hilarious. That would be hilarious. A drunken painting? Oh my God, that'd be funny as fuck. I'm not gonna lie. And then you should post the finished product everywhere. Oh yeah, no, that'd be funny. When people ask how the hell you like your streams, profit. Yeah, that'd be funny. I'm not gonna lie. I didn't spill a single drop. That's good. All right, I'm gonna put this sake back because I'll be tempted to drink it again. It's so smooth. It's so good. Hell, I'll be honest. That wooden block, is probably about 2 or 3 shots worth. I don't know. If I'm going to be fair, that's probably about 2 shots worth of sake. So I've had 4 shots of sake. Oh, I could already. I haven't drank in. I'll be honest, guys. I haven't drank in about 7 months. No, I take that back. I had some beers for Thanksgiving, but that was like a beer with dinner. So I haven't drank 4 shots, 4 shots worth of alcohol, particularly sake, because sake is a rice wine and it hits a little different. I think, when it comes to alcohol. So I'm definitely feeling it. I can feel it in my fingers. And if I talk too quickly, I'll start slurring. So, but everything in moderation. Enjoy everything in moderation. You don't want to be too obliterated. And if I was to do the drunk streams, the really drunk streams, I I definitely would have to be monetized, like through Patreon or something like that, because YouTube would demonetize it and just demonetize it to obliteration. And I'm pretty sure you can't be completely drunk on Twitch. So it'd have to be like a Discord stream only. Now that I'm actually thinking about the logistics of it. Because I don't think you can actually be drunk on stream. You can drink, I believe, but it can't be drunk on stream. I believe that's in the terms of service, both in YouTube and in Twitch. I don't know about Kick. Although who knows, I might get flagged for this stream. But hey, I will have learned my lesson, and I will know better for next time. Hopefully they don't ban me. Oh, my love, send to me. Would you meet me by the sea? Kiss me underneath the misty moons. She is stronger and she is pretty. She is as warm as amber whiskey, as bonny as a heather on the hill. My love, I was a young boy. My mother said to me, find yourself a pretty lass and take her love for free. Fields of Alberfelding to the shores of Loch Marie. I know that she's the only one for me. Oh, my love, come to me. Won't you meet me by the sea? You can kiss me underneath the misty moon. She is certain, she is pretty. She's as warm as amber whiskey. Yes, heather on the hill. When you build kits, do you assemble the parts as you go, or do you prep finishing whole sections before assembly? Kind of both. Um, So, what I do is, we'll take this for an example. Hold on, let me switch the camera real quick. We'll take this for example. As the piper played a tune, she asked me. So, what I do is I'll assemble the torso and the legs first, paint on the model, the torso, the legs, and the base first, paint on the model itself, and then I'll do the head, arms, and weapon on the sprue. That is how I paint. It's slower than what most people do, but I like the way it turns out, and I like the detail I'm able to put on the model, particularly if it's very detailed. Yes, it runs around me, and just if you're my groom, a dram of amber whiskey and a pinkle in her eye, we dance beneath a Caledonia sky. Oh, my love said to me, will you meet me by the sea? You can kiss me underneath the misty moon. She is stunning, she is pretty, she's as warm as amber whiskey, as muddy as a feather on the hill. My love, oh, my love. She is stunning, she is pretty, she's as warm as amber whiskey, and as bonny as the heather on the hill. Alrighty, boys, we got a long way to go, and we'll sing and we'll dance and bid farewell to France, and it's a row, me bully boys, row. Right away on the roughest of waters, row, me bully boys, row. And now we return in the most royal quarters, and row me bully boys, row. It's row me bully boys, we're in a hurry boys, we got a long way to go. And we'll sing and we'll dance and bid farewell to France, and it's row me bully boys, row. We feast on pheasant by the flock, row me bully boys, row. And it's a long, long way from the gruel of the stocks, and it's row me bully boys, row. And it's row me bully boys, we're in a hurry boys, we got a long way to go. And we'll sing and we'll dance and bid farewell to France, and it's a row me bully boys, row. We drum a whiskey for every man, row me bully boys, row, and a barrel of whiskey for the shanty man. It's row me bully boys, row, and it's row me bully boys, we're in a hurry boys, we got a long way to go. And we'll sing and we'll dance and bid farewell to France, and it's a row me bully boys, row. Sail away on the roughest of waters, row me bully boys row. And now we return and lift up your daughters, row me bully boys row. And it's row me bully boys, we're in a hurry boys, we got a long way to go. And we'll sing and we'll dance and bid farewell to France, and it's row me bully boys row. It's roll me bully boys, we're in a hurry boys. We got a long to go, and they'll sing and we'll dance and bid farewell to France. And it's row me bully boys row. All right, I'll keep the another song by myself. I love being able to express and paint. It's I think I've told you basically it helps with um, when I started my journey with PTSD back in 2021, I think, with the MFLAC at Masawa. She really did. Um, you're fine. Oh, thank you. She really did. When I started talking about like passion, and this is what I'm really big about when it comes to supporting everyone who follows me. Um, when it comes to passions about raising money for charity for refugees, oh, sorry, that way, as you can see, up in the corner. Oh, let me link it in the description. There you go. Um, she told me that painting was a good way of developing healthy coping skills whenever I was feeling like really, really depressed about my dealings in Africa with refugees, because I was able to create something that was positive, or at least positive in the way of like I could kind of work through my feelings and frustrations um, when it came to like those subjects. So whenever I paint, occasionally those feelings would bubble up, right? Because my mind would wander when I paint, particularly when I'm focusing on like eyes or whatnot, or skin tone, or the armor and whatnot. Um, so particularly when I'm feeling middle, like that quote unquote middle distance, that area of like, oh, I'm going back into Africa, I'm going back into what I could have done better. Um, I go into, I'm like, okay, well, the anxiety that I feel, the stress that I feel, the sadness I feel, particularly when it came to like I couldn't help them. I'm helping them because one I'm streaming, and two I am doing I am channeling some of the negative energy that I feel into the models. And she thought that that was a really good way of me expressing kind of the way and that's why I champion like PTSD for wounded warriors. I channel PTSD for, or I channel refugee missions. Like I'm trying to raise $5,000, and that's the link. If you want to donate, you can. You're not obligated to, kind of a deal. But if you do, I'll be ever thankful for your donations. Um, you know, subscriptions are great on Twitch. Bits are great on Twitch, but donating to the cause is even better. Um, uh, and that's kind of where I'm at right now mentally, uh, with trying to raise money for the channel and trying to get monetized both on Twitch and YouTube. That's the goal. So she was like, "Well, why don't you just do that? If you stream already, why don't you just try and do that for good?" And and I was doing that originally, but then she like linked it to like you should do it for the cause, and I was like, oh yeah. So this is kind of therapy. The painting is therapy. The painting is therapy regardless of whether or not I raise money or not. But the added part of like, oh, I'm doing my part even though I couldn't do it then, even though I couldn't do it deployed. That's what's important. And and I'll be honest, it keeps the ghosts away. You know, um, uh, I don't think I'll ever be okay with the issues that I faced. But if I know that I'm doing as much as good as I possibly can, I think it keeps the ghosts away. Um, so my apologies if I'm getting too heavy into that, but that's kind of, if you're ever wondering why my motivation is, that's the motivation. That's my reason why. Um, so, um, and I'm sorry, and I do apologize to the audience if whatever I'm bringing up is triggering you all, or it does trigger you at some point. That's not what the goal is. That's just I want you to understand the reason why. Um, and it's still hard for me to talk about Africa. It really is. Um, but so when I start singing and when I'm like happy and I know I'm doing good, it means a lot to me. It really does. So I appreciate you guys. I really do. All right, let's get back to it. We'll probably end it at around 0200 because I'm still feeling good and I've got a few more heads to build and I really want to get to the flashes and whatnot. You know, that's important. Security forces needs their flashes. Hold on. It's where you're coming from and it's how you're here, meeting us meeting you. Oh, thank you, Sil. I appreciate you. I really do. Like and those who join the Discord and all that stuff, like that's honestly like you guys mean a lot. Truly mean a lot. So, because without your help, I mean, I would still stream for the hell of it, but without your help, there's no direct results for meaning. If that makes any sense, like there would still be meaning, but I feel like there would be no direct result. So, thank you very much. I really do. Oh, and I apologize for burping, but thank you very much. Just let your if he's ready for another round. Sure, sailor ain't a sailor anymore. My girl from SA said he had it rough. Such an accident day when he was up off. Just what's a hammock for? Singing from the deckhand or lying on the floor. Don't crawl up the rope, but don't climb up the mast. If you're a sailing ship, it might be your last. Just get your civvies ready for another round of shore. Sailor ain't a sailor anymore. Give us an engine to run up and down, and then we allergy attention went around. They never say please, oh, what's a hanger for? Stoker ain't a stoker, the grovel anymore. All up the rope, don't climb up the mast. If you're a sailing ship, you might be your last. Just get your civvies ready for another round ashore. Sailor ain't a sailor anymore. You severe day, and that's your bleeding lot. And then after winter ones, they sup the tot. So get around their civvy clothes, find a pub ashore. Sailor ain't sailor, just like he was before. Don't fall up the rope, don't climb up the mast. If you say sail a ship, it might be your last. Just get your civvies ready for another round ashore. Sailor ain't a sailor anymore. All up the rope, don't climb up the mast. If you see a sailing ship, it might to be your last. Just get your civvies ready for another round ashore. Ain't a sailor anymore. Oh, I love this song. I always think of it in terms. So the song I'm talking about is "The Last of My Kind" with Shabuzi. I love this song because I think of it in terms of like a paladin and like the paladin's viewpoint of like he or she feels like they're the last of their kind because when you talk about paladins in D&D specifically, when you talk about paladins, it's answering a call of a code or a god or a goddess, and very few gods or goddesses are specifically in the lens of third edition lawful good. Fourth edition, you could be a step below or a step above, so you could be lawful good or neutral good or chaotic good or lawful neutral. Um, but there was never a. And then fifth edition kind of did away with the alignments entirely. Um, but there was never a idea, or there was, I mean, and there were paladinic orders and clerical orders that paladins and clerics could join, but particularly with paladins of darker origins and darker decrees and all that stuff, or darker backstories, they always felt alone. They always felt outside of like the party dynamic at some points. So I love this particular song by Shabuzi, "The Last of My Kind." Like me. Oh, hold on. I might be a little too drunk to sing it. But if you play it on YouTube, you'll kind of understand where I'm coming from. I never been built like me. I'm the last of my kind. Growing up in the back roads, baby. I know I survive. Dude, I'm in the being fucking waves and some I'll try. You never loving like me. I'm the last of my kind. Yeah, yeah. I'm the last of my kind. Yeah. I'm the last of my kind. I'm off to shit. Can't cross state lines. It's rules, baby. Your first no fines. Like my lately, you're a real drive. Never find a lover like me. Another like me. Oh man, I'm slurring. I am slurring. But still, I mean, the song. I'm. This song just came out recently, so I haven't mastered the tone. Because I love singing to songs, I really do. Um, but if I don't master the tone, I slur or I mumble uh, because I don't want to screw up the tone of the song, particularly if I'm telling particularly if there's like a story to tell. Um, But yeah, if you again, I'm doing it injustice because I'm a white guy and I sing like a drunken goose on the best of days, uh, without any alcohol in my system. But honestly, you should listen to Shabuzi because this particular song is fantastic. Ah, damn it. Put some skin tone on the beret. That's okay. I can fix that. Oh, it popped out. Damn it. I really do hope that people enjoy the content that I create. And I really hope I'm able to give people comfort and the ability to kind of not necessarily escape the real world, but be able to feel safe expressing their feelings. Because that's important to me. Now, you can hold a key. I have choral training. I used to perform um, solo mass services at different churches, one-on-one training. People are surprisingly unrealistic expectation of what counts as a decent singer. Um, I'll be honest. I did practice chorus when I was in middle school, but I never went into drama or continued it. Uh, I was a part of a barbershop quartet for a very, and I mean like 2 months, 3 months, I think. No, no, if I'm being fair, like 4 months. 4 months of my time in college, but that was 4 months, and I think I was a junior, or no, not a junior, a freshman in college. Um, so I can't remember if I wasn't a tenor. I think I was a bass soprano, like in that range. I don't even remember what my voice range is. Um, and I don't remember what my comfortable key is. I think I'm an F, if I remember correctly. Like, it's been a long time. Um, body's done now for the accessories. I can't wait for you to finish. I really am excited to see the final product. But yeah, I can't, like you say, I can carry a key or I can hold a key, but I don't necessarily know which key I should be singing in, if that makes any sense. If if there are any actual like chorus instructors inside, I know you said you've done choral training, but like if there are any like uh oh God, what are they called? Not choral instructors, but I don't want to say conductors because conductors are different than choir, or maybe they are. Maybe they are the same thing. I don't know. Who knows? Who knows? Oh, Scheisse. I covered his goatee. Director? I think it's director. I want to say it's director. Choir directors? Damn it. I screwed that up. That's okay. May is in the water, just in her face. The way was in the water. It's very me. There's a sea. It's a treatment for way. That's a way to live and to make it the fair face. Damn it. I screwed that up. That's okay. That's the one thing I want to channel when it comes to painting and the hobby is that if you screw up, it's recoverable. And not only is it recoverable, but it's okay to screw up because painting itself is part of the process. It's not the actual end of the journey in and of itself. So, if ever you feel frustrated, especially when a hobby that requires a lot of fine detail, whether it's painting, whether it's building a computer, whether it's hell, whether it's making something, whether it's blacksmithing, production, like cosplay, making cosplay armor, or making, or hell, writing a book, writing a poem, writing a sonnet, anything that requires intensive mental control and training. Just it's a mistake. It is part of the journey. It is not the final destination. The final destination is your end product. And even if your end product is not up to snuff or is not up to like perfection, you are constantly learning. And as long as you are constantly learning, that is the goal. There you go. There's no such thing as a bad mistake. There's only bad learning after the mistake. Or bad, I shouldn't say bad learning. Happy New Year, Quackamo. I shouldn't say bad learning. I should say bad internalization. You know, you're not a terrible person if you screw up. You're just human. Ego et homeo. I am only human. Probably one of the better things I've learned, if we're going to go back full circle, probably the better things I've learned about um, Marcus Aurelius and Stoicism. I am only human. I can only control what I can control. That's it. I really did screw up that. You gotta laugh at yourself occasionally when you dork something up. I probably would have not done that if I was Slightly inebriated, but oh well. What can you do? Nothing. You just learn from it. Probably wake up in the morning and be like, what the fuck? Quackamo, Happy New Year. I hope you have a good New Year. If you have any resolutions, I would love for you to share them. If not, that's okay too. By the way, for the people that are watching on YouTube, thank you very much for staying with me, even though I'm slightly inebriated. And I appreciate you indulging my ramblings because that's awesome too. We're definitely not judging you for not having a New Year's resolution. Definitely not. No, no, no. If you don't have a New Year's resolution, that's 100% okay too. Um, like it's okay to buck some traditions and whatnot. I posted out an update on our server of the model kit, by the way. Oh, that's lovely. Oh, you've done amazing. That's amazing work. You should be proud. You should be proud of the work that you did. I'm just being, yeah, I'm not judging. I'm just being weird by saying it. I'm just saying it weird to be funny. Oh, no, no, no. I appreciate you. I appreciate you still. But no, that's amazing work. You should be proud of the progress you made. It doesn't matter how long it takes. That's a good, amazing work. And some pretty damn fine detail. You should be proud of yourself. I say that. I say that with no hesitation or reservation. See, that's the kind of stuff I like to see, especially in the hobby. You should be very proud of yourself, so. Sorry, I'm cleaning up the eyeball because the paint dried too much. Damn it. Ah, son of a bitch. It's alright, minor setback. We can recover from minor setbacks. Minor setbacks are never a problem. Looks up at my 11 o'clock. I have enough robots to play a 40K campaign. Would Tau pilot Gundams? Technically, these aren't Gundams. Um, Hold on. Let me pause the music real quick. So, it's not that Tau aren't Gundams. Because battle suits, I mean, if you really want to talk about what the Japanese classify, because it is an anime, what the Japanese classify as a Gundam. Um, oh God, that's a really good question. Like, fuck, that's a really good question. Hold on. I think the cat's in the kitchen. Give me 2 seconds because I really want to answer that question, but I need to double check what's going on in the kitchen. Where's my? There it is. I need to double check something. All right, it was the cat getting into something, I think. I didn't see the cat, but I heard the cat. I heard there's our cupboards are not necessarily spring loaded, but slightly like magnetized. Um, or not magnetized, but they've got a mechanical arm for the hinge, and I heard batting of the door, so that's why I had to go. But I think that the cat was trying to get into the cat food. It wasn't in the kitchen; it was in the washroom. But anyway, to answer your question about the Tau, um, I believe the difference between Tau Gundams and Tau, sorry, I believe the difference between Tau battle suits and Gundams is the mind impulse unit. Because the Tau, just like any Titan precepts or princeps, um, whether it's a knight pilot or a actual like warlord princeps driver, they have what's called a mind impulse unit, and it matches the actions of the pilot. And I don't think Gundams actually have a mind impulse unit embedded into the Gundam. Or sorry, not the Gundam, but the pilot. I think the uh, I think they would be more akin to dreadnoughts, but even dreadnoughts have even Space Marine dreadnoughts are neurolinked. G Gundam. I'm not familiar with Gundams at all. I'm not familiar with like all of the Gundams. I know that the pilots aren't linked up to the brainstem basically. Now, if you were to say Exo Squad, which is a fantastic Americanized anime, um, that's more battle suits and whatnot. Um, but I don't necessarily know if G Gun. Like again, I'm not familiar with all the Gundam series, but I'm pretty sure most of the Gundam series that I did watch when I was a child, and again, this is like 40 years, or no, not 40, but like 20 years ago. Um, they were just free. It was almost like like the arms and the legs would be synced together with their own stuff, almost like what's called Pacific Rim style. Um, but yeah, the iron blooded orphans. They have implants. It's in the cerebellum. I think it comes out the neck. Yeah, that sounds similar to Exo Squad. Where like in Exo Squad, the intro it shows them getting linked up at the bottom of the spine almost. I want to say, and then the E frame operates um, similar to that. One of the main characters gets one of the main characters gets to the point of where he's paralyzed when that he's paralyzed outside of his Gundam. I mean, again, I'll take your word for it. I am not familiar enough with Gundam. I wish I was. I wish I was familiar with Gundam to the point that I could like speak intelligently on it. Sorry, I'm just messaging someone real quick. So Iron Blood orphans have neural implants, but they still have traditional cockpits. To some extent, some of the characters can control it with their mind, but they're not uh, physically making motions. Well, it's not going to be one to one, but G Gundam, the pilot physically does the movement, but the Gundam doesn't. Does it too? It's like a bodysuit. Okay, all right. Yeah. I mean, again, I don't. I'll take your word for it. I'm not. I'm not familiar with Gundam. Gundam is a very complicated anime series in and of itself. I mean, shit, it was complicated when it first came out. Because if I remember correctly, it didn't start. The storyline started after Zorg or Zod or the Z Unit Gundams. I forget what they're actually called. Started a war with the main character's like nation. It was like as complicated as like Ace Combat, like that particular storyline, because it was so heavily involved in the politicking of the of between the two factions, or like I think there was like four at the time. Um, each show was each show individually wasn't that complicated. That's that is their that's why there's many different universes and timelines that are really distinct from each other. Okay. Uh, but then there's weird attempts to tie them in together into one multiverse. Again, I trust what you're saying. I'm not familiar with Gundam to speak as affirmative or negative on the subject. I think the mechs are cool. I really love the mechs. Um, there are a lot of cool mechs. There are some overpowered ones, but there are a lot of really cool mechs. Very utilitarian in their style, and I love it. I really do. And because Gundam's like a successor of Robotech, it has somewhat of a special place in my heart because I loved Robotech. Now we're gonna have to retouch on this blue because I was an idiot and I tried to paint with my fingers. It's okay. It's all right. Like I said, there are mistakes, but they're recoverable and it's easy. Speaking of Robot, I miss Pat Labor, different thing. No, I know what Pat Labor is. It's like the policewoman with her mech, right? And it looks like a variant of a Southern Cross, like mecha. Ugh. I don't think I'm going to make it past 2 o'clock. I'm going to be really honest with myself, especially if I keep on making the mistakes I am making, even though I'm not as inebriated as probably many people think I would be, or I think I would be. Yep. Oh God, now you got me into a rabbit hole. Hold on. Yeah, it looks like a Veritech, if I remember correctly. Pat labor. It looks like a Veritech, except it's got a six shooter instead of a Gao. I want to say it's a Veritech, a VF1J. Sorry, VF1S. It looks like a VF1S, not J. I mean, it's aside the fact that the fighter aircraft chest piece goes into a cod piece. I mean, the Pat Labor mecha looks damn near the same. You take the you take the shooting cannon and turn it into a six shooter, and you've basically got a VF1S Valkyrie. Yeah, minus the chest piece, which is a fighter aircraft, and the cannon, it's basically a VF1S. It's even got the two sensory node ears on the sides. I think the only difference is that instead of the sensor suite in the sides of the ears, it's got that bulbous light in the front. If I remember seeing somewhere that Gundam with the inverted cockpit idea in Mecha, a lot of people think it was Zona of the Enders, but Gundam did it first. I mean, I again, it's been so long. You want to talk about you want to talk about animes? It's been so long since I've watched an anime and whatnot. So Zone of the Enders is a primarily a game. The cockpits are on the waist. Yeah, I mean, again, I'm not saying that you're um, I'm not saying that you're wrong. I'm just like I'm not familiar with the stuff. I really am not. I want to be. I would love to be familiar with like all the animes, but uh, it's definitely it's definitely something that I'm more weak at. if I can just pull off this last face in 30 minutes, I think I'll have done good. I mean, I still got three more heads. I should have focused a little bit more, but after I drank that sake, I'm feeling really good. I'm not gonna lie. Like I said, I haven't drank a whole lot since Thanksgiving. I've had like a beer or two here and there, but nothing like 4 shots of sake all in one go. Always you never find out. I have even enough say the words out loud. Now it's me to ride like you mine. Took my dreams and made defined. Made me feel like my fill is entwined. Try, I'm sorry for the things I've said last night. I've been troubled and I've been weird. I deserved. I've drunk and tried to friend I didn't care. Now I'm telling you for a truce. Find you, baby, for the truth. I've been chased as long as I am here with you. I'm a man. Hold on. A Turn a Gundam 1999 versus Ender Zone Gundam 2001. I mean, yeah, that's that. The design concepts are the same. As hard is free. I'm in struggle and I've been hurt. Said I deserved. And I didn't care. And for a truce. Ready to tell the truth. Just as long as I am here with you. Mm, mm, mm. Actually, I'm going to touch that up because I'm going to wake up tomorrow and be like, wow, what the hell was that? What the hell was I doing? And it'll be myself going, well, it's because I drank 4 shots of sake. The quality has gone down a little bit. But that's okay. without you. In many a town, drinking away through the night. Never have I found a up must come down, boy vying for a fight. Violet was there with the girls in her hair, as far as husbands in their eyes. My mother's older than their church, if you'd be my angel tonight. But you didn't know. My heart is on fire and the whiskey it burns in my soul. One in a million, there are my iron rose. By my side, rest of my life. Darling, you're one in a million, I know. Hurry home, my sweet mountain rose. If any of you are curious what song I'm singing Nathan Evans, Sweet Mountain Rose. He does a lot of like Irish folk songs. And if you're really interested, he does. I mean, primarily he does a lot of love songs. Heather on the Hill, Sweet Mountain Rose. Um, there's a few others, and I really do love Irish folk songs, particularly the ones that talk about romance, because it I don't know why, but it strikes a chord with me. It really really does. Um, so I recommend if you like it. I'm not sponsored by the man, but I think that he's a lovely singer. I really do. I'm not afraid. I'm not involved. Something is under my tongue. Something has different tones. Just into none. After it's she and lice. Just have I trust in ice. I've read a God and I'll go to church if you'll be my angel tonight. No. I don't know why, but I really like Irish accents. They're actually, oh God, I think there was like a psychology study done about accents, and there was a, if I remember, I think it was either Harvard or Yale, or maybe I think it was either Harvard Medical or Yale that did the study, or maybe it was Boston Medical that did the study about accents and like attractiveness. And they basically ranked like English, Irish, French, German, Russian, Spanish, Japanese, Chinese, Italian. I think those were like the major ones, and they had racked and stacked them. And like up at the top, people were saying the French, followed by the Irish, or like the Italian. I forget what exactly where everyone came down, but it was and they broke it down demographic wise too. So like younger men loved the melodious, what they said was like the melodic tones. So if it was closer to like singing instead of speaking, and I think younger women liked similar melodious tones, but they also liked firm, authoritative. Um, and it was like a clear split between the two. And however, for like it was a fairly in depth, particularly about accents, fairly in depth. But yeah, amazing work. The whiskey in my soul. 100 million rose by my side for the rest of my life. 100 million, I know. Bring me home, my sweet mountain rose. Oh, I used the wrong paint. Son of a bitch. The guy looks like he has vitiligo. Ah. Because there's skin tones on one side and skin tones on the other side. Son of a... You know what? That's not bad. Now that I actually look at it. Yeah, why wouldn't he have vitiligo? You know what? There's no such thing as a mistake, only happy accidents. And I say that with full chest with Bob Ross. Yeah, this guy has vitiligo. Screw it. That's what he's got. It's not a mistake, it's character development. Abso-fucking-lutely. Abso-fucking-lutely. I just gotta clean up the beret a little bit and his goatee. And then make sure that his eyes are painted. Yeah. Screw it. I like it. I like it. Got Commissar approval right there. Yeah. Why not? Why not? Ego et homeo. I am only human. Humans have vitiligo. Because let's be honest, the Imperium is very strict on like mutations and all that stuff, but skin tone deviations probably on the lower end of the spectrum when you literally have beastmen with goat faces and horns in your freaking Imperial population. Priorities. Happy New Year's. Um, does the Imperial military have the tradition of giving people cool sounding call signs that are secretly insulting? Um, I can actually speak on this because, I am in the Air Force. It all depends on. Put my headset back on. It really does depend on the call sign. Um, Nowadays, with the Air Force, your call sign is given to you based off of something that happened, right? For pilots, it's normally during pilot school or their first like 2 or 3 years of piloting, flying a fighter jet. Um, my two nicknames that I've received in the military was sci-fi because someone found out on my first deployment, hey, he goes to science fiction conventions and whatnot. Well, they didn't figure it out. I told one person, and then that caught on like wildfire, and it spread throughout the squadron. So the chief, instead of, because he always fucked up my last name, so he just called me Sci-Fi. And then when I was at Misawa, um, I was called the Boulder because during the combatives classes, I got really into like trying to teach the airmen how to fight and how to wrestle and all that stuff. So like, you know, the reference was obviously based off of, I'm assuming it was based off of Avatar: The Last Airbender, the boulder. Uh, I'm assuming that's what it was based off of, but I always loved. I mean, people asked, and I always loved the old style WWE, WWF like wrestlers, like slap into a Slim Jim, kind of a deal, like or like Randy Savage and Hulk Hogan, and I'm gonna drop you and put you into the headlock, mother, brother, and all that stuff, Um, but they called me the Boulder. Um, and primarily, I mean, it wasn't like secretly an insult. A lot of people knew I was very bullheaded and very aggressive and very obstinate, but also like stalwart. Like no, this is what right looks like, and I'm not gonna move from it. Like I was considered immovable at some points. So I definitely was called RoboCop a few times in my career. Um, because it was like, oh well, that's in the regulation. I'm not gonna deviate from the regulation. And when dealing with the base populace, that's not always the best. That's not always the best position. Um, but it certainly is a. Um, it certainly was a position I took a lot because I was like, well, if it's not in the black and white, I'm not gonna bend for you. Um, but now in my more vulnerable or not venerable years, where I talk to airmen, the young airmen, about the spirit of the law versus the letter of the law, I'm not as much as a. I don't have much of a stick up my ass as I used to. To say it is this is about as less charitable as it could get. Um, but yeah, so depending, call signs are only secretly insulting is that if your wingman or battle buddy doesn't actually believe in your abilities. Um, I'm not saying that call signs can't be secretly insulting and people don't have or people use them because that's the call sign that they were given. But 9 times out of 10, um, call signs are given because of due cause. Uh, and while it quote unquote may be, denigrating at some points, it's said out of love. And that's how the military works. You know, that's how I got sci-fi in Boulder. The Boulder, I should say. Actually, I think I got a picture of it somewhere. Hold on. Out of love, I'm familiar. Hold on, hold on, hold on. I just gotta find the photo. I was thinking cipher, hard to understand comms. Kinda, sort of. Stuck a dog on base and got in trouble. Yeah, I mean those work, but it's also like, how do I say it? So yeah, you occasionally have someone that's like called train wreck or mayday. Um, but morning, my friend. Morning, Stone. There we go. Hopefully you guys can see this. What I mean by like nicknames. Hopefully you can see that. Hopefully you can see that. I really hope you can, because that's actually a really good like example of like the nicknames I've gotten. Mayday is rude. Yeah, I mean, like I said, it all depends on. So like I've definitely had a a Mayday person, like we called her Mayday, and then another individual was Trainwreck, um, because they were a walking train wreck at some points. Um, you had some person called Snips, and then you had another person called Twitch, because they always had like a tick. Um, but that was like younger, not in my military career, but when we were in like ROTC, JROTC, or Civil Air Patrol. Civil Air Patrol, you had nicknames all the time. Um, but yeah, there was definitely there were some definite nicknames. Hopefully you can see that. I hope you do. Oh, bad URL harsh or hash. Oh, fuck. I can't believe you can't see that. Oh no, you can see it on Twitch. I'll be damned. How is it you can click it and see it on Twitch, but you can't click it and see it on YouTube? That's wild. Here, I'll share it on Discord. Share it in recording. There you go. It'll be in recording in the voice channel. Oh my lord. I'm exhausted. I got 3 heads left. I don't think I'm going to make it. I think I got to call it here because my eyes are going at half staff. Plus, while I'm feeling really good from those two drinks of sake to celebrate the new year, you know, I don't know. Is my hand shaking? It feels like it is, but I know it probably isn't. It's just feeling light. Hold on. Try not to cheat. Don't put it on a paint pot. No, it's not shaking. That's pretty steady. I'm effectively done with my I'm effectively done with my kit. Pick incoming. Oh, great! Literally just finished. Oh, good. I'm glad. I'm glad I could help you finish. Lord knows I can't. I can't finish. I've been doing these heads for literally like several streams. Oh my lord, I'm exhausted. All right, I got 3 heads left. I can do the flashes and parades later. Um, we're gonna end it here because, like I said, I'm the amount of not slurring, but the amount of like effectiveness I have is gone down dramatically. Um, Maybe because I'm exhausted and I'm feeling the effects of the alcohol down my toes, my fingers. Um, you know, and like I said, I don't heavily drink, but that was an exception. Obviously celebrating the New Year. So we're gonna end it here. Unfortunately, I'm sorry, Stone, that we're ending it here. I'm I'm exhausted. I'm not feeling it. Um, but tomorrow, hopefully, we will be more sober and we'll do a channel Mystery Science Theater 3000 like stream first, where it's just the Discord members. So, if you want to be a part of Discord, there's a link in the description below that gets directly to my channel. And then there's that. So, if you're curious to see what a Mystery Science Theater 3000 event is, basically we take a very crappy B rated or C rated or D rated or whatever cult classic movie, um, and we riff on it. Um, and we try and crack jokes during the movie. So if it's not your bag, don't worry. I'm not offended by it. There, there have been a few people that have done the Mystery Science Theater 3000 experience because it was used to be a TV series, and they were like, "Oh, well, that was kind of funny, but I really just kind of wasn't into it, and I'm not really wanting to watch a bad movie because like time is precious." So I totally get it. But if you do like that kind of stuff, we will be holding a Mystery Science Theater 3000 thing either tomorrow or the day after. I kind of want to do it tomorrow because that'll give the girls, um, or that'll give the girls something to do because I'll turn it on the TV and they'll watch it and laugh at it, and then additionally that'll give me something to do and give back to the community, um, which is important because I care about my Discord community and they've helped. Um, so yeah, I think I'll do that, and then I'll finish these Cadians later. Um, and then if no one's interested in the Mystery Science Theater 3000, hey, Commissar, Happy New Year, buddy. Oh 07. Oh, I appreciate you. I appreciate you, Mark. I really do. I really do. Well, we were about to end the channel. We were not end the channel, end the stream. Ooh, that looks really good there, Sil. That's fantastic. Oh, you should be proud of yourself. But anyway, yeah. So we'll do a Mystery Science Theater 3000 night with a schlocky movie or whatever the case is, called classic. We'll make fun of it and enjoy our company, and then uh, you know, either he'll be president or not he'll be president, but oh my lord, I'm either um, God, I'm thinking of the episode where Mike Mystery Science Theater 3000, where Mike runs. They're doing a, I think it was the brain that couldn't die, and Mike the human runs for like office, and Crow and Tom Servo, the two robots that are with him, are talking about, well, either he'll be president or maybe not, whatever the case is. Oh my lord, whew, I'm exhausted. Um, but yeah, either you guys like it or not, it's whatever. But that's like my way of saying um, thank you very much for supporting the channel. So I really want to do the Mystery Science Theater 3000 event, um, where we make fun of a very schlocky movie. And I think the movies that we're talking about, actually, I think The Brain That Doesn't Die is actually on the menu. Um, Hold on. Let me look. I'm looking through Discord. Oh, it is Planet Nine from Plan 9 from Outer Space. Skeletons of the Lost Skeleton of Cadavra, Forbidden Planet, and Them. That's the movies that we're talking about for riffing on it. And I hope everyone likes it. I really do. Um, but if not, that's okay. Um, but yeah, it's pretty damn funny. Oh my lord. Sounds good, man. Have a good night. Yeah, I'm sorry. Like I said, I'm really sorry. I'm cutting out right now. I'm fading fast. It's 2 o'clock and I've had a bit of sake. Um, these kits are literally called 30-minute missions. It's been 4 hours since I've been chatting with you. Oh man. Well, whoops. But yeah, if you want to be a part of the channel, please support the channel, and you get these awesome like community styles. And actually, one of the other things that I want to do is I want to stream the uh, Dune Prophecy, um, that particular series. It's a really good series. Everyone should enjoy that. And then of course I'll be filming off camera too for Discord as well. Like I did Total War Warhammer 3 this afternoon before the New Year's, or before New Year's Day. So there's all that stuff. Anyway, I've drone on long enough. I want to thank everybody for supporting me, supporting the channel. I wish everyone a happy new year and a happy, successful new year and holiday. Without your guys' love and support, and without your gals' love and support, this channel would just basically um, go into the ether. And while I would enjoy it because it would give me some intrinsic value, the fact that you guys are able to talk to me and whatnot, and the fact that I'm able to interact with you, just adds more. And each one of you is a beautiful and very unique person that I am honored to have as a supporter. So thank you very much. My name is Commissar Hecht. I'll see you guys in the next episode. Bye bye.